Part 1, Unit 1, Gateway. Dear Rosiedale City Marathon Racers, we are really grateful to all of you who have signed up for the 10th Rosiedale City Marathon that was scheduled for this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. Unfortunately, as you may already know, the weather forecast says that there is going to be a downpour throughout the race day. We truly hoped that the race would go smoothly. However, it is likely that the heavy rain will make the roads too slippery and dangerous for the racers to run safely. As a result, we have decided to cancel the race. We hope you understand, and we promise to hold another race in the near future. Sincerely, Martha Kingsley, Race Manager. Exercises. Number 1. To craftspeople and artists of Smalltown. The Smalltown Senior Center will host its annual Crafts Fair at the center on December 13th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This event is held in high regard by the community. All of the best artists and craftspeople of Smalltown are represented each year. As in years past, we will be providing booth space for rental. A 5-foot table costs $50, and a U-shaped 6x6x6 booth costs $125. To reserve your space, please call Helen Dwyer at 555-579-1343. We expect to sell out all available spaces soon, so do not miss your chance to participate. All the proceeds from booth rentals go to support our activities at the center. We look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Emma Miller, Chairperson, Smalltown Senior Center Crafts Fair. Number 2. Dear Mr. Smith, last October 1st, I bought a sofa from your website. I paid $650 on my credit card, and it was delivered on October 10th. Unfortunately, your product has not performed well. One of the legs broke off on October 30th. The sofa is unsteady and rocks while I sit on it, so it is not comfortable or relaxing. I have not used this sofa in a way that would cause any damage. I filed a report about this problem on the customer service page of your website on November 5th and 7th. But no one has written back. To resolve the problem, I would like your company to pick up this sofa with no charge and refund the $650 I paid. I have enclosed copies of my records, including my receipt, delivery invoice, and photos of the broken sofa. I look forward to your reply and a resolution to my problem. I will wait until December 12th before I contact the Consumer Protection Office to get help. Sincerely, Emily Johnson. Number 3. Dear community members, we at Auburn Parks and Recreation are proud to support Special Olympics athletes in a diverse range of sports, including basketball, bowling, flag football, golf, softball, swimming, tennis, track and field, and volleyball. Our practices run year-round, thanks to the dedication of local Special Olympics volunteer coaches. We are currently seeking committed individuals to coach our vibrant and inspiring athletes. Whether you have previous coaching experience or are new to the role, your contribution can make a significant impact. If you have the time and interest to support these athletes, please contact the Lee County Special Olympics Director. Your involvement will not only enrich the lives of our athletes, but also strengthen our community. Let's come together to support these exceptional individuals. Sincerely, Mark Mills. Number 4. Dear Ms. Brooks, I hope this email finds you well and that you are enjoying your new smart coffee maker. My name is Emily Jones, and I am the Customer Experience Manager at Home Eased Co. I wanted to personally reach out to ensure your satisfaction with our product. Your feedback is incredibly valuable to us. We would greatly appreciate it if you could take a few moments to share your thoughts and experiences with your smart coffee maker. Your review will help us understand what we are doing well and identify any areas for improvement. Additionally, your insights will assist other customers in making informed decisions. To leave a review, please visit the product page on our official website. Thank you very much for your support and for being a valued customer. We truly appreciate it. Warm regards, Emily Jones, Customer Experience Manager, Home Ease Co. Unit 2, Gateway. It was Valentine's Day on Friday, and Peter was certain that his wife, Amy, was going to love his surprise. Peter had spent a long time searching online for an event that would be a new way to spend time with Amy. He had finally found the perfect thing for her. She often told him that she liked to go to places she had never visited before, and he was absolutely sure that she would love going to the new 5-star restaurant downtown. He smiled as he called the restaurant and asked for a reservation for Friday. Unfortunately, his smile quickly disappeared when he was told that the restaurant was fully reserved. "That's too bad," he said quietly. "I thought that I had found the right place." Exercises. Number 1. Tammy was in the grocery store, planning to pick her kids up at their school dismissal time. She tossed the groceries for dinner into her cart. At the register, she attempted to pay with her credit card, only to realize she had left it at home. This was the second time in just over a week. The cashier even remembered asking Tammy, "Didn't you forget your credit card last week too?" She needed the groceries, which had been rung up, but she had no way to pay for them. Just as she was about to abandon her groceries, a familiar face in line caught her eye. It was Alice, her neighbor. With a sympathetic smile, Alice reassured Tammy. "Go get your kids. I'll take care of your bill." Overwhelmed by this kindness, Tammy felt her heart swell with gratitude as she rushed off to collect her children. Number 2. I'm walking barefoot on my favorite part of Lute Island, the soft shoulder of a hill south of my house, partly shaded by pine trees, but with sun leaking through here and there. The ground is covered with a thick green mattress of moss, and when I lie down, it yields to the shape of my body. I look up at the patches of blue and white between the trees, and I can hear sounds of seagulls and the soft hum of a motorboat far, far away. If one listens, there's always music on this island. The waves rolling into the shore makes waves of sound, sometimes regular rhythms, and sometimes duples and triples and offbeat syncopations, all set against the arpeggios and glissandos of the birds. Lying here in my moss bed and listening to the sounds, it's easy to drift off to sleep. Number 3. Accompanying my friend Sarah to an art exhibition, I found myself walking behind her through the gallery. As we walked through the exhibits, my mind wandered, and I merely went through the motions. Art isn't really my thing. I wouldn't usually choose to spend time on paintings and sculptures. Sarah eagerly moved from one piece to another, and I followed along passively. I wasn't interested in the exhibition at all, but one piece of artwork caught my eye. Its bright colors and unique design drew me in. I felt an unexpected pull towards it, absorbed by its beauty. This moment changed my perspective on art. My initial disinterest turned into curiosity as I began to appreciate the creativity around me. Instead of just following Sarah, I started exploring the exhibits on my own, spending more time on each piece, and feeling increasingly engaged with the art. Number 4. For 3 days, Verna had been lost in a sea of unconsciousness. The rhythmic beep of the heart monitor was the only melody that dared to break the silence. Verna's breathing was very shallow, and her husband, Fred, spent a lot of time crying by her bedside. As Saturday afternoon light came in through the window, Verna's son, Tom, walked into her room. Her eyes had been closed for the past 3 days, but a flicker of recognition sparked when she heard Tom's voice. "Hi, Mom," he said. Verna's eyelids moved slightly, her gaze locking onto Tom's face. He reached out and gently enveloped her hand in his own. "She squeezed my hand," he said in a choked voice, a wave of astonishment washing over the room. Fred, who had been a constant presence by her side, turned to Tom, a spark of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Unit 3. Gateway. The ability to understand emotions, to have a diverse emotion vocabulary, and to understand the causes and consequences of emotion is particularly relevant in group settings. Individuals who are skilled in this domain are able to express emotions, feelings, and moods accurately, and thus may facilitate clear communication between coworkers. Furthermore, they may be more likely to act in ways that accommodate their own needs, as well as the needs of others, i.e., cooperate. In a group conflict situation, for example, a member with a strong ability to understand emotion will be able to express how he feels about the problem and why he feels this way. He also should be able to take the perspective of the other group members and understand why they are reacting in a certain manner. Appreciation of differences creates an arena for open communication and promotes constructive conflict resolution and improved group functioning. Exercises. Number 1. The higher prevalence of environmental consciousness among younger generations means that a company's environmental reputation may affect its ability to recruit talent. We know that it makes a hiring difference when we are out recruiting at universities. People ask about sustainability, and our recruiters do talk about our packaging, so it is a draw for talent, said Oliver Campbell, Director of Procurement at Dell. A Rutgers University study of worker priorities found that nearly half of college students, 45%, said in 2012 that they would give up a 15% higher salary to have a job that seeks to make a social or environmental difference in the world. Naturally, such responses to surveys may or may not correlate with actual behavior, but they may be an indicator. Number 2. We can all become vulnerable to doubts about our belonging at any given moment, depending on the situations we find ourselves in and how we interpret them. Greg Walton and I coined the term belonging uncertainty to refer to the state of mind in which one suffers from doubts about whether one is fully accepted in a particular environment or ever could be. We can experience it in the workplace, at school, at a fancy restaurant, or even in a brief social encounter. Belonging uncertainty has adverse effects. When we perceive threats to our sense of belonging, our horizon of possibility shrinks. We tend to interpret ourselves, other people, and the situation in a defensive and self-protective way. We more readily infer that we are incapable or that we aren't meant to be there, that we will not understand or be understood. We are less likely to express our views, especially if they differ from those of others. We're more sensitive to perceived criticism. We're less inclined to accept challenges that pose a risk of failure. Number 3. A group of psychologists looked at the effects of everyday good and bad events. Getting a compliment from your boss, bad weather, getting stuck in traffic, etc. Not surprisingly, good events had a positive impact on people's mood, and negative events brought people down. But the duration of the experiences differed dramatically. Positive events were short-lived. The negative events stayed longer. In one study, having a good day did not have any noticeable impact on the subsequent day. That is, a good Monday didn't carry over to Tuesday. But negative events had a sustained impact. A bad Monday predicted a gloomy Tuesday. This pattern is so strong that it is considered a law of human behavior. Specifically, the law of hedonic asymmetry states that pleasure is always dependent on change and disappears with continuous satisfaction, whereas pain persists under persisting unpleasant conditions. Number 4. People have a strong desire to define categories using rules. It is a natural human goal to impose order and sense on the world, to be able to know what boxes everything should go into, with no ambiguity. The disappointing aspect is that this urge has failed in almost every attempt. Most natural categories simply do not have a definition or rule that comes close to working. Even human-made categories and systems of rules, like games, legal systems, official diagnostic categories, and the like, can put only so much order into the universe. There are always test cases that seem to break the rules. Unclear category membership, not fitting into any category, or just giving the wrong answer. This is not due to any human failing, I believe, but simply to the natural complexity and messiness of the world. No religion, legal system, or bureaucracy can completely control the variation and weird events that occur even in limited worlds like baseball or disease classification. Unit 4. Gateway. We almost universally accept that playing video games is at best a pleasant break from a student's learning, and more often what prevents a student from accomplishing their goals. Games catch and hold attention in a way that few things can, and yet once they have our focus, they rarely seem to offer anything meaningful to help students grow in their lives outside the games. While this may be true for many games, we are too easily ignoring a valuable tool that could be used to enhance productivity instead of derailing it. Rather, it is desirable that we develop games that connect to the learning outcomes we want for our students. This will enable educators to take advantage of games' attention, commanding capacities, and allow our students to enjoy their games while learning. Exercises. Number 1. We think it's important to overcome any tendency to not talk about climate change for fear that other people might not feel the same way. If you agree that changes need to happen to address climate change, you are not on the fringe of society, but in line with the 97% of scientists that agree climate change is happening. Talking about climate change and environmental concerns can be a prompt to working together with others. Incorporating sustainable habits into our lives can be the most fun when we're doing it with the people that surround us. By sharing interesting facts or strategies with family, friends, neighbors, or co-workers on how to live more sustainably, we can also spread the impetus for change. Suggest some healthy competition on waste or energy reduction efforts to get your close network involved in reducing their impact as well. Number 2. When setting writing tasks, either at home or school, think about how you would set yourself up if you had to write something for a period of time. Would you grab a cup of tea, clear some space on a tabletop, sit on a comfy desk chair, use your best pen? What else would you do? And whatever it is, minus perhaps the cup of tea, see if you can allow children similar luxuries. Are they thirsty? Are they warm enough? Is the desk/table at the right height? Is the sun in their eyes? Are they hungry? Is their pencil sharp? And ask them what they need to write more comfortably. All these simple checks might be frustrating and delay the start of the task, but they are also important for enabling children to gain success in reading and writing and to see it in a positive light. You'll also find that children will get quicker at these checks and take control of them themselves over time, providing them with a toolkit to ensure their own well-being when writing. Number 3. Engineering serves society, and engineering and engineers are part of society. It is essential, therefore, that they represent the society they are part of and meet the needs of. The Royal Academy of Engineering has focused on promoting diversity, making equality, diversity, and inclusion a critical thread running through their strategy for the next 5 years. Dame Wendy Hall, whose review into artificial intelligence, AI, with Jerome Presenti, is shaping the UK strategy on AI, insists that establishing ethics in AI must mean tackling the challenge of diversity, and is frequently quoted as saying that if a system is not diverse, it is not ethical. AI will underpin engineering systems of the future, and developing AI systems is a key challenge for engineers. As with all areas of engineering, to serve society, it is essential that society is understood, involved, and represented across its breadth. Number 4. The ethos of the American mind includes the belief that people who overcome a crisis are tough and unemotional, almost like the U.S. version of the English expression, keep a stiff upper lip. Yet the body of research exploring the most productive ways to respond to adversity and stress, which crises have in spades, contradicts this view. The findings indicate that emotional expression, i.e., talking about your feelings rather than bottling them up, is associated with increased adaptation and growth. So whether you're experiencing fear, frustration, anger, despair, or any other emotion, share them with others. You'll feel better from having an emotional release and feel support from those with whom you share. Plus, the opportunity to process your emotions with a trusted friend will put you in a better space from which to tackle the crisis. As Nelson Mandela put it, live life as though nobody is watching and express yourself as though everyone is listening. Unit 5. Gateway. The position of the architect rose during the Roman Empire, as architecture symbolically became a particularly important political statement. Cicero classed the architect with the physician, and the teacher and Vitruvius spoke of so great a profession as this. Marcus Vitruvius Pollio, a practicing architect during the rule of Augustus Caesar, recognized that architecture requires both practical and theoretical knowledge, and he listed the disciplines he felt the aspiring architect should master: literature and writing, draftsmanship, mathematics, history, philosophy, music, medicine, law, and astronomy, a curriculum that still has much to recommend it. All of this study was necessary, he argued, because architects who have aimed at acquiring manual skill without scholarship have never been able to reach a position of authority to correspond to their plans, while those who have relied only upon theories and scholarship were obviously hunting the shadow, not the substance. Exercises. Number 1. There's a saying that there are no cultural relativists at 30,000 feet. The laws of aerodynamics work regardless of political or social prejudices, and they are indisputably true. Yes, you can discuss to what extent they are an approximation. What are their limits of validity? Do they take into account such details as quantum entanglement or unified field theory? Of course they don't. But the most basic scientific concept that is clearly and disturbingly missing from today's social and political discourse is the concept that some questions have correct and clear answers. Such questions can be called scientific, and their answers represent truth. Scientific questions are not easy to ask. Their answers can be validated by experiment or observation, and they can be used to improve your life, create jobs and technologies, save the planet. You don't need pollsters or randomized trials to determine if a parachute works. You need an understanding of the facts of aerodynamics and the methodology to do experiments. Number 2. When a community stopped hunting female wild cattle, those herds would, over time, tolerate the closer presence of humans. By watching the wild cattle, as our deep ancestors watched predators and learned about their lives, these more recent ancestors could have begun to understand the life cycle of the wild cattle and made a few risky but creative ventures. They started bringing a few, as youngsters, into the villages, building pens and trying to keep them alive, and they succeeded. They'd been watching the cattle across generations. They knew about their life cycles, shared that information with one another, and collaboratively came up with ideas about raising their own cattle. And thus prey domestication was born. Once cattle, sheep, pigs, llamas, and goats were living with humans, it was a simple task to do, like with dogs, a bit of behavioral and morphological shaping via direct manipulation for wool, milk production, or rapid growth for meat. The selection of specific individuals to breed was an initial step toward modern domestic animals. And hamburgers. Number 3. The primary impetus of scientific and technical innovation has been our increased ability to reach out and exchange ideas with others, as well as to borrow other people's ideas and blend them with our own to create something new. Combinatorial creativity is the acknowledgement that nothing is genuinely unique, at least not in the sense of being constructed entirely from scratch. That notion is met with considerable resistance in creative spaces. To create is to start with a blank canvas. However, much data exists to support this ecosystem of influences and inspirations. Nina Paley, an artist, shot and animated ancient relics from the Metropolitan Museum of Art to illustrate her point that all creation is derivative. Every work of art is a derivative work. In animation, Oliver Larrick examines the reappropriation of images in his video essay, Versions, by looking at how Disney recycles animation. Creativity is the original open source code. Number 4. Freud long ago distinguished between the conscious and the unconscious minds. But today's understanding of the unconscious mind is not Freud's seething unconsciousness, with its repressed impulses and instincts. It's a cooler and bigger information processing system. Our memory, thinking, language, attitudes, and perceptions all operate on these two tracks: a conscious, deliberate high road, and an unconscious, automatic low road. Our high road mind is reflective. Our low road mind is intuitive. Consider driving. Your brain and hands know how to move into the right lane. But if you are like most drivers, you can't consciously explain how you do it. Most drivers say they would turn right, then straighten out, but that would steer them off the road. Actually, after moving right, you reverse the steering wheel equally to the left of center, and only then return to the center position. But no worries, your low road guided hands know how to do it. Unit 6. Gateway. The arrival of the industrial age changed the relationship among time, labor, and capital. Factories could produce around the clock, and they could do so with greater speed and volume than ever before. A machine that runs 12 hours a day will produce more widgets than one that runs for only 8 hours per day. And a machine that runs 24 hours per day will produce the most widgets of all. As such, at many factories, the workday is divided into 8-hour shifts, so that there will always be people on hand to keep the widget machines humming. Industrialization raised the potential value of every single work hour. The more hours you worked, the more widgets you produced, and the more money you made. And thus, wages become tied to effort and production. Labor, previously guided by harvest cycles, became clock-oriented, and society started to reorganize around new principles of productivity. Exercises. Number 1. In marketing research, consumers commonly participate in interviews, focus groups, or the like, during which they indicate their desires, preferences, or in marketing terms, their wants. Some methods also try to detect the consumer's subconscious emotions, however with varying rates of success. Such behavioral methods, where humans watch how fellow humans react when, e.g., exposed to a certain brand or product, manually coding and categorizing their emotions, are labor-intensive and consequently are rarely applied or applied in small sample sizes. Human-inspired AI makes such methods possible on large scale, and even delivering instantaneous results will be possible. For example, via facial recognition in a supermarket, one might detect shoppers' emotions facing a shelf displaying the products of a new product launch. Collecting a vast amount of data from all supermarkets participating in their respective launch nationwide would yield quite solid results. Number 2. Deborah Harris and Patty Jufer's study of representations of chefs in U.S. food media finds significant differences between how male and female chefs are portrayed. Great male chefs are repeatedly represented as dedicated, creative, and highly trained professionals, iconoclastic rule breakers with a unique vision or style. In contrast, female professional chefs are often judged in terms of home-style cooking, which devalues the training and skill required, and, by representing their food as amateur and homely, links them to a domestic tradition rather than the professional standards, which are crucial to recognition in the culinary field. In this way, the operations of the culinary field reproduce gender inequalities by valuing qualities associated with a masculine tradition more highly and excluding women from criteria used to classify great chefs. This limits a female chef's ability to gain recognition and to accrue the economic, cultural, and symbolic rewards that recognition generates. Number 3. It is sometimes argued that the spread of digital technology will serve to equalize opportunity for small companies, as well as established media giants. Digitization and the growth of the Internet are indeed reducing many barriers to market entry and creating opportunities for smaller enterprises and firms offering skills in new forms of content creation, such as computer games. However, the digital environment favors strong and recognizable brands. In the words of one UK publishing executive, brands make it easier for the customer to make choices as the world gets more complicated. Without recognizable brands and worthwhile levels of consumer awareness, potential newcomers to the online universe may well find that the high initial costs involved in establishing an online presence, typically involving extensive campaigns on conventional media, represent an effective deterrent to market entry. Large and established media content providers with strong brands and access to valuable back catalogs of images, text, and sound have several advantages when it comes to exploitation of the additional scale economies made possible by digitization. Number 4. People are confronted with the cognitive dissonance aroused by the thought that one has stereotypes of others that guide one's social judgments, and the thought that one is a good, fair, and rational thinker. According to dissonance theory, one of these cognitions must change in order for dissonance to be eased. Which one changes? It is almost always the cognition that is most open to change, and in this case it is one's cognitions about stereotyping. Rather than think that we use stereotypes to evaluate others, we simply do not allow ourselves to come to such a conclusion, and we instead convince ourselves that we are indeed a fair, logical thinker by making our social judgments after a considered assessment of the information about the target individual. In other words, we often either do not realize or do not consciously acknowledge that we do indeed stereotype others, or that our stereotype-derived impressions of them might be inaccurate. This self-delusion helps us maintain our stereotypes, while reducing the possibility for cognitive dissonance related to our self-concept. Unit 7. Gateway. The selfie resonates not because it is new, but because it expresses, develops, expands, and intensifies the long history of the self-portrait. The self-portrait showed to others the status of the person depicted. In this sense, what we have come to call our own image, the interface of the way we think, we look, and the way others see us, is the first and fundamental object of global visual culture. The selfie depicts the drama of our own daily performance of ourselves, in tension with our inner emotions that may or may not be expressed as we wish. At each stage of the self-portrait's expansion, more and more people have been able to depict themselves. Today's young, urban, networked majority has reworked the history of the self-portrait to make the selfie into the first visual signature of the new era. Exercises. Number 1. Is there any more virtuous practice than eating an apple a day? Maybe not, unless it's eating a banana instead. Don't fall into the trap of buying the same fruits week after week, just because you're in the habit of always packing an apple for lunch, for example. A large red delicious might cost as much as $1, depending on the season, when an orange might cost half as much, and a banana only a fourth. If that's the case, take a minute to ask yourself, is having an apple really worth 4 times as much as having a banana instead? Put another way, if your family of 4 substituted a less expensive banana for apples, you'd save $1,100 in a year without making any other changes to your budget and without shopping around. It's important to note that the prices in this example are from the same supermarket. Shopping at numerous stores isn't necessary when you know what the costs of simple substitutions are in terms of variety and size. Number 2. Punishment can be imposed by the person or group against whom the transgressor transgressed, or by a third party, or by oneself. Guilt acts as a form of self-punishment. Generally, punishment carries a cost to the punisher, like the energy needed to perform the punishment, as well as some risk of revenge. Punishments that are extra dangerous or risky are considered costlier. Sometime in our distant past, we realized that mere exposure to public humiliation could be used where physical, often violent elimination from the group had previously been required. The emergence of shaming as a social option would have reduced the cost of punishment, because mere exposure that served to damage an individual's reputation in front of the group could have negative consequences. For instance, members of the group might choose not to cooperate with the shamed individual in the future. Shaming and social exclusion are closely linked, but shaming is less costly. And unlike transparency, which exposes everyone, shaming exposes only a section of the population. Number 3. One of the greatest barriers to human understanding and communication is that we cannot see inside another person's mind. This limitation gives rise to unintended misunderstandings and allows people to employ all sorts of deceptive strategies, both consciously and unconsciously. Some of the ways digital technology is helping us overcome this barrier include various means of truth or lie detection, multimodal communications, and digital readouts of our own and others' brainwaves. Already, researchers at Carnegie Mellon University, CMU, using digital computer analyses of brain patterns captured by functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI scans, are able to tell what a person is thinking about. It is likely, according to these researchers, that our children will, in their lifetimes, be able to read people's thoughts and even have access to direct brain-to-brain communication. While these developments will clearly raise ethical issues and privacy questions that will have to be addressed, there can be little doubt that as people gain access to and learn to take into account others' unspoken motives, thoughts, needs, and judgments in their own thinking, their wisdom will increase. Number 4. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle used the example of a builder and a shoemaker to demonstrate an important point. If the builder constructs a house for the shoemaker, then the shoemaker must pay for the work in shoes. But to determine how many shoes will be paid to the builder, a proportional equality must be established between the goods, and then reciprocity effected. Only then will the fair exchange be realized. But if there is no proportionality, the exchange is not equal and fair and will not hold together. The builder would not have need of as many pairs of shoes necessary to compensate him. This is where money enters. It serves as a proportional medium of exchange. The proper proportion of shoes to the house in money terms makes the deal just. It is not simply a pricing mechanism, but must be capable of producing well-being as well. Thus, money acts like a measure. It makes goods commensurable and equalizes them. For just as there is no community without exchange, there is no exchange without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Unit 8. Gateway. Percentages of women employed behind the scenes. On top 100 U.S. films by role in 2020, 2021, and 2022. The graph above shows the percentages of women employed behind the scenes on the top 100 U.S. films by role in 2020, 2021, and 2022. For each of the 3 years, the percentage of women employed as producers on the top 100 U.S. films was the highest as compared with the percentages of each of the other 3 roles. The percentage of women employed as directors on the top 100 U.S. films in 2021 was lower than in 2020, but higher than in 2022. The percentage of women employed as writers on the top 100 U.S. films increased by 4 percentage points from 2020 to 2021, and by 1 percentage point from 2021 to 2022. The percentage of women employed as editors on the top 100 U.S. films was less than 20% in each of the 3 years. In 2022, the percentage of women employed as producers on the top 100 U.S. films was the same as that in 2020. Exercises. Number 1. Share of UK children and young people reading fiction books outside of school from 2017 to 2023 by format. The graph above shows the percentage of children and young people in the United Kingdom who read fiction books outside of school from 2017 to 2023 by format. The percentage of children and young people who read fiction books on screen steadily increased throughout the period, except for a slight decrease in 2023. Conversely, over the same period, the percentage who read print books gradually declined, with the exception of a slight rise in 2020. For each of the on-screen and print formats, the percentage difference from 2017/2018 to 2023 was less than 10 percentage points. Throughout the period, the percentage of children and young people who read print books consistently remained more than twice that of those who read on screen. 2017/2018 saw the largest gap between the two formats, while 2023 witnessed the smallest. Number 2. Tropical primary forest loss, 2012 through 2022, in million hectares. The chart above shows the loss of tropical primary forest, measured in millions of hectares from 2012 to 2022, divided into non-fire-related loss and fire-related loss. Overall, non-fire-related forest loss exceeded fire-related loss each year from 2012 to 2022, with 2016 seeing the highest total forest loss. In 2012 and 2014, the same amount of forest disappeared due to both non-fire-related forest loss and fire-related forest loss. In 2017, fire-related forest loss was half that of 2016, and in 2018, fire-related forest loss decreased to one-third of that in 2017. The amount of fire-related forest loss remained the same at 0.6 million hectares from 2019 to 2022. Non-fire-related forest loss decreased in 2021 compared to the 3 previous years, but then increased again to 3.5 million hectares in 2022. Number 3. Household expenditures, 2018. The above charts show the average expenditures of all households in the United States for the year 2018, featuring the average transportation expenditures. The large portion of the average expenditures of all American households was for housing, which accounted for a little less than a third of the total expenditures, immediately followed by transportation and food. Personal insurance and pensions accounted for more than 1/10 of the total, exceeding the combined expenditures on health care and apparel and services. The percentage of food expenditures was more than twice that of entertainment expenditures. Within transportation expenditures, those on vehicle purchases constituted the highest percentage, while those on public transportation the lowest. The percentage of expenditures on gasoline and motor oil was greater than that of other vehicle expenditures. Number 4. Types of communication U.S. teenagers have with friends by gender, 2014 to 2015. The graph above shows the types of communication that U.S. teenagers had when they spent time together with friends, by gender, from 2014 to 2015. The most common way for both boys and girls in the United States to spend time with friends was through text messaging. Over 80% of both U.S. boys and girls responded that they spent time with friends through talking on the phone, and about 1 in 5 girls did so every day. Posting to social media sites was the least popular among boys, with less than 1/3 answering a combination of every day and every few days. Boys were much more likely than girls to spend time talking with friends while playing video games. 74% of boys reported they did so. More than 3/5 of girls spent time with friends every day via text messaging, while only 3% of girls talk daily with friends while playing video games. Unit 9. Gateway. Dick Enberg was one of America's most beloved sports broadcasters. He was born in Michigan in 1935. In the early 1960s, he became an assistant professor at San Fernando Valley State College, where he also served as a coach of its baseball team. Afterwards, he began a full-time sportscasting career in Los Angeles. In 1973, he became the first U.S. sportscaster ever to visit China. He joined NBC Sports in 1975 and remained with the network for about 25 years, covering such big events as the Olympics. He later worked for other major sports broadcasting stations. He made his last live broadcast in 2016 and died the following year at the age of 82. He served as chairman of the American Sportscaster Association for more than 3 decades. Enberg was also a best-selling writer and won Emmy Awards as a sportscaster, a writer, and a producer. Exercises. Number 1. Lucian of Samosata was born in 125 CE, near the Euphrates River at the far eastern edge of the Roman Empire. He became an assistant to his uncle, who owned a statue-making shop. Lucian proved to have little talent as a sculptor, but was a gifted writer and speaker, so he became a traveling lecturer. He lived in Athens for a decade and later in his life gained wealth as a government official in Egypt. Due to his satirical and ironic style and desire to be entertaining, it is difficult to know how seriously to take his statements. He frequently ridiculed religious practices, superstition, and belief in the paranormal. Lucian had an enormous impact on Western literature. His ideas influenced the work of William Shakespeare, Jonathan Swift, Voltaire, Johann Wolfgang Goethe, and many others reaching into the modern era. Number 2. The ancient Gauls were a Celtic people who spoke forms of the Celtic language. They occupied the ancient country of Gaul, a region west of the Rhine River and north of the Pyrenees Mountains. The Gauls were led by priests, who were called Druids. By 390 BC, the Gauls had moved southward, across the Alps and into Italy. In the 3rd century BC, they battled the powerful Romans and were briefly successful. Ultimately, however, they were defeated, becoming subjects of Rome. Later, under Julius Caesar, the Romans occupied all of Gaul, so that by 50 BC, the region became part of the Roman Empire. 5 centuries later, Gaul was overrun by the Franks, for whom the region was named. Thus, it can be said that French people today are descendants of the Gauls. Number 3. Born in 1832 in Cheshire, England, Charles Lutwidge Dodgson was best known later by his pen name, Lewis Carroll. He was the eldest son and 3rd child in a family of 7 girls and 4 boys. Dodgson received a scholarship to study at Christ Church, Oxford, where he was later appointed as a mathematics lecturer. Apart from serving as a lecturer, he was an enthusiastic photographer and wrote essays, political pamphlets, and poetry. In 1856, a poem called Solitude was published under the pen name Lewis Carroll. Dodgson arrived at this pen name by taking his own names, Charles Lutwidge, translating them into Latin as Carolus Ludovicus, and then reversing and retranslating them into English. He used the name afterward for all his non-academic works. His most famous books include Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. Number 4. Willard Van Orman Quine was an American logician and philosopher. Born in 1908 in Ohio, he was the youngest son of the family. His father was Cloyd Robert Quine, an engineer who founded the Akron Equipment Company. His mother, Harriet Van Orman, was a teacher. After studying mathematics and logic at Oberlin College, Quine won a scholarship to Harvard University, where he completed his Ph.D. in 1932. He traveled throughout Europe, meeting some of the leading philosophers and logicians of the day, including Rudolf Carnap and Alfred Tarski. Returning to teach at Harvard, Quine's philosophical career was briefly interrupted during World War II, when he spent 4 years decoding messages for the U.S. Navy intelligence. A great traveler, he was said to be prouder of the fact that he had visited 118 countries than of his many awards and fellowships. Quine became professor of philosophy at Harvard in 1956 and taught there until his death in 2000, aged 92. Unit 10. Gateway. Adamville City Pass Card. The Adamville City Pass Card is a public transportation card for tourists visiting Adamville. Service range. Adamville-based subway lines. Adamville licensed buses. This card cannot be used for city tour buses. Card type. Price. Additional benefit. 1 day, $10. 3 day, $25. 5 day, $40. 10% off admission for major tourist attractions. Unused cards are refundable within 30 days of the purchase date. Purchase information. Physical cards can be purchased at subway stations. Mobile cards can be purchased on the A-Transit app. Exercises. Number 1. Adult Dodgeball League. Remember the fun of playing dodgeball? Now you can relive those memories. Gather a group of friends and join a competitive dodgeball league. The season runs from February 5th to March 26th. There will be prizes and trophies for the first and second place teams. League details. Games are every Wednesday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Referees and all game equipment are provided. Team uniforms are not provided. All games will be held at the Hub Community Center. The league will have at least 6 teams and a maximum of 12 teams. Each team must have a minimum of 6 players and can have up to 10 players. Registration and fees. To register, call us at 505-678-1234. Participants must be aged 18 and up. The fee is $10 per player, regardless of team size. All fees must be paid by the registration deadline on January 31st, 2026. For more information, please contact us by email at dodgeball@hubcenter.gov. Number 2. 2025 Visit Blue Bay Shorts Contest. The 2025 Visit Blue Bay Shorts Contest is coming up. Here's your chance to capture the beauty of Blue Bay and share it with the world in a short, engaging video. Contest dates. Submission period. June 2nd, Monday, to June 27th, Friday. Who can participate? Anyone 18 years of age or older can enter. Video requirements. Short-form video, between 30 and 60 seconds. Only 1 entry per participant. How to enter. Upload your video to your personal YouTube channel. Visit our official website at www.bluebaycity.net and find the contest form. Submit your entry through the contest form by providing the link to your YouTube video. Awards. Grand prize, $1,000. First place, 2 winners, $700 each. Second place, 4 winners, $500 each. Winner announcement, July 25th, Friday at 1 p.m. Get ready to show the world what Blue Bay is all about. For more information, visit our website, www.bluebaycity.net. Number 3. 2025 K-pop cover dance class. Join us for an unforgettable experience at the 2025 K-pop cover dance class, a special event hosted by Rhythm Studio, one of Korea's most renowned dance studios. This is your chance to learn the hottest K-pop choreography directed from our best instructors. Class details. Date, September 20th. Location, Rhythm Studio, 123 Dance Street, Seoul. No registration or class fees. Spots are limited. Class information. Class 1 with JD. Registration, 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Class, 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Song, Hold Me Now by Hannah Kim. Class 2 with Esya. Registration, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Class, 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Song, Time to Dance by Debbie. Registration. Scan the QR code below using your phone's camera to register. After class activities. K-pop dance battle. Photo session. Capture the moment with a shot after class. Sign up and learn how to dance like your favorite K-pop idols. Number 4. Sydney Bike Tour. Are you looking to enjoy the beautiful sights of Sydney at your leisure without worrying about traffic? Then join the Sydney Bike Tour for a scenic and stress-free experience. General information. All safety equipment provided, including bikes and helmets. A cycling expert's guidance for an enjoyable scenic experience. Lunch provided, sandwich and drink. Prices and other details. Adults, older than 18, $66. Children and students, 18 and under, $44. Duration, approximately 5 hours. Departure and return location, The Rocks, Sydney. The tour operates even in wet weather. Raincoats will be provided. This experience requires a minimum number of 5 participants. If the tour is cancelled because the minimum isn't met, you'll receive a full refund. For further details, call 855-123-5071. Unit 11. Gateway. Think of yourself. When you decide to get up and get a drink of water, for example, you don't consciously organize or consider the host of steps involved. Imagine if we had to consider every single muscle that needed to be contracted or relaxed just to stand up and walk. It would be tiresome and very slow, as patients recovering from a brain injury affecting the motor system know. The autopilot parts of our brain do it for us automatically, freeing up our conscious mind for more important jobs. It is the older parts of our brain that support these automatic processes that allow us to move, hear, see, and use many of our social skills. More recently evolved abilities like talking, reading, and writing are far less automated. So most of the time, what you are perceiving, feeling, or thinking is based on a very crude and fast analysis that happens completely without your awareness. Exercises. Number 1. Green marketing tries to overcome consumer distrust to induce positive associations between businesses and the natural environment. Such marketers often make claims that are vague, irrelevant, misleading, or unprovable. Common techniques include using words that imply sustainability, clean, clear, natural, pure, images of nature, brown and green color schemes, and recycled or organic-looking content. Companies sometimes promote a green image by sponsoring Earth Day events and making donations to ecological charities or facilitating customers doing so. Some of these practices, aesthetics, and vocabulary were once emblematic of alternative media, many of which are driven by a sincere green ethos. Green marketing has become so suspect that some businesses avoid the term. Instead, they label their activities sustainability communication, which ideally engages audiences in supporting operational changes that substantially decrease a business's environmental footprint and contribute to solving social problems. Number 2. Both poetry and mathematics are hard to understand. The reason for students' difficulties is almost always the same. The teacher doesn't say all that he knows. He skips things. Even if he is aware of everything that came before, he doesn't have the time to spell them all out. Conveying a lot of information in a single statement is what compression is all about. And it is this type of compression that is responsible for the difficulty in understanding poetry and mathematics. But there is a significant difference between the two. The compression in mathematics is vertical, while poetical compression is horizontal. In other words, in mathematics, many stages, built like floors, one upon the other, are hidden within a single statement. In poetry, many distinct ideas, not necessarily vertically ordered, are compressed into one expression. This is why the vague understanding of poetry causes no harm, while the hazy comprehension of mathematics gets back at us in a later stage, when the next floor is built. Number 3. We do not recollect events exactly as we experience them. Most often, our recollection of an event differs substantially from the actual event. This is because the way the brain processes and stores information differs from how a computer works. For example, we tend to extract the gist and meaning from our experiences, so that what we infer may be mixed up with what we actually experience. If we hear a list of words related to sleep, e.g., bed, rest, awake, etc., we tend to recollect sleep as being on the list, even though it is not. Also, unlike a computer recovering a file, some memories can interfere with the retrieval of other memories. If a long time has elapsed since experiencing a particular event, and if you have experienced similar events several times since the original experience, chances are you would find it difficult to recollect the original event exactly as it happened. Your memory of the original event may get mixed up with memories of related events. Number 4. Power is a common form of the urge for control. There is an entire social science, political science, devoted to studying power, and that is a persuasive sign that it is an important and fundamental aspect of human life. Power essentially involves control over other people. Researcher David G. Winter defined it as the ability to produce intended effects on another person's actions or emotions. Some may seek power as a means to an end, such as on the assumption that once one is elected, one will be able to bring about certain much-wanted changes. But others probably seek power for its own sake and derive satisfaction directly from being able to make other people change the way they act. Actually, the specific goal of people with a high craving for power appears to be that they want to have an impact on other people's lives, which does not necessarily mean making people do things. Having an impact can be for good or ill, and a person with a high desire for power may enjoy giving money to a struggling family simply because it is satisfying to see how much she was able to change that family's life. Unit 12. Gateway. Studies in psychology have reported cases in which competitive incentives resulted in lower task effort, and their focus was on the psychological underpinnings of the reduction in motivation. For example, competition presents an inevitable conflict between the motivation to achieve one's personal goal and the desire to maintain good relationships with others. When the maintenance of interpersonal relationships is important, with their counterparts in particular or with others generally, competitors experience an internal conflict that can harm their desire to achieve their goal and taint the good feeling brought about by winning. Exline and Lobel found that the perception of oneself as a target for upward social comparison often makes people uncomfortable. When they believe that others are making envious comparisons with them, people feel uneasiness, distress, or sorrow. Feelings of guilt, an emotion generally associated with high motivation for goal achievement, lead to weaker motivation and performance in the pursuit of competitive goals. Consequences of this emotional state include lower task motivation in a competition and preferences for more cooperative and altruistic outcomes, such as diminishing the significance of the outcome or sharing the winner's reward. Exercises. Number 1. Our brains evolved when food was scarce. Thus, we are compelled by our genetic heritage to eat whatever and whenever possible. Animals have a tendency to eat a great deal of food when tasteful food is readily available. In addition, we also subconsciously prevent others from taking our food source. We defend our access to tasty food when it is within easy reach and is at risk of being consumed by other humans. Studies have shown that humans will eat more when more food is available, even when the food is stale or otherwise unappealing. Furthermore, even if you point out to others that the food is stale or that they have eaten more than their fair share, they will continue to eat. Our biological drive to consume tasty food to completion outweighs any opposing cognitive or motivational factors. Even after we have gained a lot of weight, our bodies want to gain more. Number 2. The world is shrinking in many ways. For better or worse, satellite television, mobile phone networks, and the Internet have created conditions for instantaneous and friction-free communication. Spatial distance is no longer a decisive hindrance for close contact in new, deterritorialized social networks or even virtual communities have developed. At the same time, individuals have a larger palette of information to choose from than they previously did. The economy is also increasingly globally integrated. In the last decades, transnational companies have grown exponentially in numbers, size, and economic importance. The capitalist mode of production and monetary economies, in general, have become nearly universal in the 21st century. In politics as well, global issues increasingly dominate the agenda. Issues of war and peace, the environment and poverty are all of such a scope, and involve so many transnational linkages that they cannot be handled satisfactorily by single states alone. Pandemics and international terrorism are also transnational problems, which can only be understood and addressed through international coordination. Number 3. You could think of fluency as the brain's attempt at making a fast and intuitive truth judgment, as opposed to a more deliberate analytical assessment. Of course, the fact that the brain processes familiar things more fluently isn't a bad thing in itself. In fact, in all likelihood, it's probably a useful and adaptive heuristic or rule of thumb in many situations. It would be absolutely exhausting for your brain if you had to process every bit of information completely anew. You know that 2 times 2 equals 4 when you read it. This has been repeated to you many times. You can process it fast and fluently. The real problem is that something can be true or false for many reasons other than familiarity. If I were to ask you, for example, how many animals of each kind Moses took with him on the ark, most people would say 2, despite the fact that in the biblical story, it wasn't Moses on the ark, it was Noah. This doesn't matter to your brain, though. It's just predicting familiar answers. Number 4. Targeting and segmentation are of prime importance to media strategy. The increase in the number of media channels and vehicles, and the consequent fragmentation of media audiences, mean that target groups of consumers are both easier and more difficult to reach. They are easier to reach in the sense that audiences are fragmented into narrow interest groups that are served by thousands of special interest magazines and TV channels. If an advertiser wants to reach, say, trout fishermen, sports car enthusiasts, or TV drama fans, there are specialist publications and TV shows that are ideal vehicles for targeting such narrowly defined audiences. But consumer groups are also more difficult to reach because agencies have great difficulty in categorizing audiences into target groups that are sufficiently large to be workable for general advertisers. Being able to target trout fishermen is useful if you are selling fishing tackle, but not for general fast-moving consumer goods sales that require varied target groups. While trout fishermen probably have other consumer interests too, media vehicles that cater for one hobby are of limited use to most advertisers. Unit 13. Gateway. Literature can be helpful in the language learning process because of the personal involvement it fosters in readers. Core language teaching materials must concentrate on how a language operates both as a rule-based system and as a socio-semantic system. Very often, the process of learning is essentially analytic, piecemeal, and, at the level of the personality, fairly superficial. Engaging imaginatively with literature enables learners to shift the focus of their attention beyond the more mechanical aspects of the foreign language system. When a novel, play, or short story is explored over a period of time, the result is that the reader begins to inhabit the text. He or she is drawn into the book. Pinpointing what individual words or phrases may mean becomes less important than pursuing the development of the story. The reader is eager to find out what happens as events unfold. He or she feels close to certain characters and shares the emotional responses. The language becomes transparent. The fiction draws the whole person into its own world. Exercises. Number 1. Imagine someone eagerly attempting to explain why it is reasonable to conclude that the sun will rise tomorrow morning, because it always has done so in the past. There may have been a time when primitive man anticipated the dawn with assurance, based only upon the fact that he had seen dawn follow the blackness of night, as long as he could remember. But this primitive state of knowledge, if it ever existed, was unquestionably pre-scientific. This kind of reasoning bears no resemblance to science. In fact, the crude induction exhibits a complete absence of scientific understanding. Our scientific reasons for believing that the sun will rise tomorrow are of an entirely different kind. we understand the functioning of the solar system in terms of the laws of physics. We predict particular astronomical occurrences by means of these laws in combination with a knowledge of particular initial conditions that prevail. Scientific laws and theories have the logical form of general statements, but they are seldom, if ever, simple generalizations from experience. Number 2. At a certain age, 9, 10, 11, we were all there once. Most of us are capable of the kind of blind devotion it takes to master some single, obscure skill that we've decided is central to our identity. Maybe it's drawing a horse, or copying a guitar solo, or dribbling a basketball behind our back. Maybe it's an ollie, that elementary skateboarding move, a kind of standing jump where the feet never leave the board. We don't need a manual to tell us what to do, and we just do it, repeatedly. Head down, nose to the grindstone, just like we've been told. A belief in repetition is in the cultural water supply, in every How to Succeed manual and handbook, every sports and business autobiography. There's a reason that coaches, music instructors, and math teachers often run their students through drills, followed by more drills. Perform 100 A minor scales, or free throws, or toe kicks in an afternoon, and you will see progress. Do another 200, and you'll see more still. Number 3. Designers do not merely solve the problems people face today. They also create new meanings, a process also known as design-driven innovation. Innovative value creation is based on more fundamental insights about people and society, and is often enabled by advancements in technology. Consider, for example, the mobile phone. In a classic Dutch television program, people on the street were asked whether they would like to have a device that would allow them to make phone calls 24/7 from wherever they were. The typical response was that such a device would not offer any added value and that its use would be totally superfluous. That program was made in 1999, and now, 20 years later, we can simply not imagine a world without handheld communication devices. Design-driven innovation is about translating user insights into propositions, new meanings, that people love but never knew they wanted or needed. Number 4. Through the ups and downs of our lives at school and at work, the reassuring stability of meaningful material objects can help us manage our moods and emotions. When we engage in such environmental self-regulation, we rely on cues outside ourselves to maintain the kind of equilibrium inside ourselves that facilitates the pursuit of our goals. In a study of mid-level professionals, Gregory Lawrence, a professor of management at the University of Michigan-Flint, found that incorporating personal items into their workspaces helped them relive the emotional exhaustion brought on by a stressful job, especially for employees whose office settings did not afford much privacy. Being able to personalize their work area with photographs, posters, comic strips, mugs, help them carve out their own space, inscribe it with personal meaning, and thus create a kind of sanctuary at work. Write Lawrence and his co-authors. Unit 14. Gateway. Centralized formal rules can facilitate productive activity by establishing rules and practices. The rules of baseball don't just regulate the behavior of the players. They determine the behavior that constitutes playing the game. Rules do not prevent people from playing baseball. They create the very space that allows people to play baseball. A score of music imposes rules, but it also creates a pattern of conduct that enables people to produce music. Legal rules that enable the formation of corporations, that enable the use of wills and trusts, that create negotiable instruments, and that establish the practice of contracting, all make practices that create new opportunities for individuals. And we have legal rules that establish roles individuals play within the legal system, such as judges, trustees, partners, and guardians. True, the legal rules that establish those roles constrain the behavior of individuals who occupy them. But rules also create the roles themselves. Without them, an individual would not have the opportunity to occupy the role. Exercises. Number 1. Virtues are the basic building blocks of human character. They are fundamental qualities like kindness, playfulness, or self-respect. Virtues are not qualities that only some people possess. Rather, a virtue is a capacity to exercise that quality. According to virtue ethics, every person is endowed with the same basic library of virtues, and the potential to excel in any of these virtues is part of our basic makeup. Therefore, what differentiates us from one another is not whether or not we possess a given virtue, but rather the degree to which we have developed, or our parents and teachers have developed in us, the ability to exercise that virtue. Within a virtue ethics framework, a chronic liar would be understood as being very short of honesty, rather than lacking honesty entirely. Given the right conditions and a genuine desire on that person's part to become more honest, they could over time develop a greater capacity for honesty. Number 2. We as teachers cannot be willfully ignorant when we are developing our classroom libraries or making other choices about texts. If we are curating a classroom library, for instance, our own preferences should not be more important than our readers. I am not the most avid reader of science fiction and fantasy. A classroom audit of my collection revealed that I had far fewer titles in that genre than in other genres. What I knew, though, from talking with students and reading of their surveys, was that they loved science fiction and fantasy. It was one of their most popular genres. I admitted to students that I'd let my own disinterest lead to not doing what they were telling me they desired. I asked them what they wanted me to add to the classroom library, as well as what texts they wanted to read during our collective work, and I changed based on that feedback. Our science fiction/fantasy section doubled, and readers were able to offer continuous feedback that enabled their literacy practices to flourish. Number 3. The natural tendency to blame someone for an error is shared by those who made the error, who often agree that it was their fault. People do tend to blame themselves when they do something that, after the fact, seems inexcusable. "I knew better" is a common comment by those who have done something wrong. But when someone says, "It was my fault, I knew better," this is not a valid analysis of the problem. That doesn't help prevent its recurrence. When many people all have the same problem, shouldn't another cause be found? If the system lets you make the error, it is badly designed. And if the system induces you to make the error, then it is really badly designed. When I turn on the wrong stove burner, it is not due to my lack of knowledge. It is due to poor mapping between controls and burners. Teaching me the relationship will not stop the error from recurring. Redesigning the stove will. Number 4. Production is useless without distribution. Without a powerful distributor, the list of products that a publishing organization's executives believe could be tremendously successful will have much less chance of achieving its potential. Some people believe that the Internet reduces the importance of publication and distribution because just about anyone can post, that is, distribute, a collection of just about anything online for very little cost. but putting things on a personal website or even on a backwater page of a popular distributor does not ensure that anyone but your friends will go to it. Perhaps you will get lucky and the clip you posted will become a popular viral video viewed by millions. In most cases, however, the key is to have the power to place the content in a position where many people have a good chance of seeing it. That means getting the attention of a powerful distributor. Unit 15. Gateway. The expansion of sports tourism in the 20th century has been influenced by further developments in transportation. Just as the railways revolutionized travel in the 19th century, so the automobile produced even more dramatic changes in the 20th. The significance of the car in the development of sport and tourism generally has attracted considerable coverage, and it has had no less an impact on sports tourism specifically. Although originally invented towards the end of the 19th century, it started to become a mass form of transport in the 1920s in the USA, and rather later in Britain. Apart from its convenience and flexibility, the car has the additional advantages of affording access to many areas not served by public transport, as well as allowing the easy transport of luggage and equipment. As a result, it was invaluable for the development of many forms of sports tourism, but especially those which required the transportation of people and equipment to relatively remote locations. Exercises. Number 1. AI technologies are of great importance in terms of managing processes such as diagnosis and diagnostic tasks in the field of health. Wearable technology with AI systems provides considerable benefits in terms of early disease identification and regular health monitoring. Sensors detect signs such as heart rate, blood temperature, and a person's workout habits, and this data can be monitored in real time. The data collected and processed with wearable technologies have the potential to improve the health status of users, as well as provide significant benefits for public health. This is especially valuable in terms of developing preventive health policies. Number 2. When we're in positive moods, we often develop a sense of naive optimism. For example, one factor that sustains a financial bubble is irrational exuberance, a term coined by Alan Greenspan, former chairman of the Federal Reserve. During the dot-com bubble in the late 90s, stock prices of internet companies skyrocketed over several years, rising to a point where the underlying financials of those companies didn't support the overinflated stock prices. As stock prices continued to rise sharply, people developed a sense of naive optimism and irrational exuberance. The positive emotions they experienced from their large gains led to a false assumption that stock prices would continue to rise, a perception that blinded them to the imminent burst of the bubble and the resulting depletion of their bank accounts. Number 3. The human brain seems to be programmed for song. So fundamental is the human capacity for music that it may have evolved even before speech. Physiologists have shown that a mother's lullaby does double duty by lowering a child's arousal levels while simultaneously increasing the child's ability to focus attention. Music therapists have found that listening to music induces the release of pleasure-producing endorphins that both lower blood pressure and ease the sensation of physical pain. Social scientists believe that music, by bringing people together to perform and listen, may have provided an early model for social cooperation, cohesion, and even reproductive success. If this is correct, then music would seem to be a fundamental building block in the development of culture. Number 4. A general evolutionary advantage for taking pleasure in math would be in seeing patterns in what would otherwise be an overwhelming amount of information. The ability to reduce information to succinct quantitative relationships with broad generalizable properties is a skill that would have enabled early humans to quickly gather important information from their environment. The discovery of underlying structural relationships in the world would have helped them master their surroundings. The simpler the final formulation, the easier and more useful it would have been in the mental toolkit of our ancestors. Those ancestors who found pleasure in playing with mathematical relationships, who enjoyed seeing underlying patterns in complex environments, who could capture these relationships succinctly, improve their chances of survival. We find pleasure in these desiccated mathematical objects because our ancestors that experienced such pleasures were the ones who survived and gave birth to us. Unit 16. Gateway. The potential for market enforcement is greater when contracting parties have developed reputational capital that can be devalued when contracts are violated. Farmers and landowners develop reputations for honesty, fairness, producing high yields, and consistently demonstrating that they are good at what they do. In small, close-knit farming communities, reputations are well known. Over time, landowners indirectly monitor farmers by observing the reported output, the general quality of the soil, and any unusual or extreme behavior. Farmer and landowner reputations act as a bond. In any growing season, a farmer can reduce effort, overuse soil, or underreport the crop. Similarly, a landowner can undermaintain fences, ditches, and irrigation systems. Accurate assessments of farmer and landowner behavior will be made over time, and those farmers and landowners who attempt to gain at each other's expense will find that others may refuse to deal with them in the future. Exercises. Number 1. Athletic performance is not the only impact that our changing climate has on sports. The impact on hockey has the National Hockey League concerned. Traditionally, many young Canadians learn to play hockey while skating on frozen ponds during the winter months. However, as temperatures rise globally, ponds once suitable for hockey no longer have enough ice to support skating. Some do not freeze at all, and those that do freeze maintain ice thick enough for play for much shorter periods of time each winter. This means that young people have less access and opportunity to learn and play hockey outdoors. This may translate into fewer players and even fewer fans of the sport. Moreover, young players learning the sport will be forced to do so in indoor venues, which are much more expensive and harder to access than traditional outdoor play. Thus, it will become much more difficult for talented players growing up in rural areas and/or in poor families to learn to play the sport at a professional level. This may turn hockey into a sport largely inaccessible by the economically disadvantaged. Number 2. Ageism reflects the inequality between the old and the young, with the society placing a higher value on the young. This may explain why even older people themselves seem bothered by growing old. An American food company once tried to market dietetic food to older persons under the name Senior Foods. It turned out to be a complete failure. A perceptive observer explained, "People didn't want to be seen eating the stuff. It was labeling them old. And in our society, it is still an embarrassment to be old." The bottom line is that American culture is youth-oriented, which makes older people feel bad about their age. This feeling may further be related to the biological and psychological processes of aging. But social forces, such as society's tendency to define older persons as a national burden rather than a national treasure, play an important role as well. These social forces can worsen or diminish the biological and psychological aging. Moreover, the experience of aging varies within the United States and around the world, involves being subjected to prejudice and discrimination, and is misused to generate the myths of aging. Number 3. One important way in which our culture enhances our ability to survive and thrive in the world is by passing along the tools it has created to make our daily living more effective and efficient. Some tools are actual physical objects. For example, hammers help us build houses, and scissors can cut paper and cloth. But many others are cognitive tools that enable us to think in more productive ways. Cognitive tools take a variety of forms, including concepts, symbols, strategies, procedures, and any other culturally constructed mechanisms that help us tackle life's mental challenges more efficiently and effectively. For example, our system of numbers allows us to perform precise calculations related to building construction, engine design, and cooking. The maps we create help us find our way around new cities, subway systems, and shopping malls. Our writing system allows us to record our thoughts on paper or in computer documents. By the way, computers are cognitive tools as well as physical ones because they help us think in increasingly sophisticated ways. All of these tools are cultural creations, the results of many, many years of our collective ingenuity and meaning-making. Number 4. Under the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, organic standards, animal products such as meat, milk, and eggs must meet certain minimum requirements to win an organic label. However, critics say the government standards are not strict enough to ensure that farm animals are raised, transported, and slaughtered in a humane way. The USDA regulations, for example, provide that animals must have access to the outdoors, including access to pasture for cud-chewing animals such as cattle and sheep. Critics say opening a barn door just minutes per day, however, might meet this definition, and organic animals may never get to walk freely around an outdoor range or pasture. Instead, like most conventionally raised farm animals, organically raised animals may live in very confined, close quarters throughout their lives. To solve this problem, some animal producers are adding other labels to their foods, such as open pasture or pasture raised, to indicate that animals are raised in a pasture rather than fattened in a confined facility. Consumers, however, must be cautious of some labels that seem to suggest humane conditions. Designations such as free-range, cage-free, or grass-fed do not necessarily guarantee that animals are not confined or raised in the outdoors. Number 5. If you had been walking around Philadelphia in the summer of 1787 and had come across Independence Hall, you would have encountered something strange. The street in front of the meeting hall where many of the nation's founders were assembled to draft the U.S. Constitution was filled with a gigantic mound of dirt. The delegates to the Constitutional Convention had ordered the construction of this earthen noise barrier. They believed the sounds of carriages, street sellers, and conversations outside would disturb their intense deliberation and writing. They weren't going for a monastic silence. As the historical records show, there were plenty of bitter vocal disagreements. Given the social mores of the day, there might have been occasional moments of emotional release through yelling or throwing things at one another. Still, there was an underlying recognition of the need for a quiet container in which to do difficult thinking as a group. The big dirt mound was an effort to make this possible. Number 6. Encoding is the term that is most often used to describe the way in which information is put into memory. Once an object, item or event has been attended to, or in some cases, even if it is not being attended to, it is a valid candidate for encoding into memory. The encoding process creates a mental representation based on the amount of effort and detail that was processed via attention. For example, suppose you are shopping at a farmer's market for a winter squash. Each squash you see is given some low level of processing, so that what is encoded into memory is the experience of seeing many squashes. This relatively shallow encoding will result in relatively weak memory traces. However, if you happen to see a squash that was unusually shaped or very large, or that really caught your attention in some way, you might encode with more effort and detail, and this would likely result in a stronger memory trace for that specific squash. Unit 17. Gateway. Trade secret law aims to promote innovation, although it accomplishes this objective in a very different manner than patent protection. Notwithstanding the advantages of obtaining a patent, many innovators prefer to protect their innovation through secrecy. They may believe that the cost and delay of seeking a patent are too great, or that secrecy better protects their investment and increases their profit. They might also believe that the invention can best be utilized over a long period of time than a patent would allow. Without any special legal protection for trade secrets, however, the secretive inventor risks that an employee or contractor will disclose the proprietary information. Once the idea is released, it will be free as the air under the background norms of a free market economy. Such a predicament would lead any inventor seeking to rely upon secrecy to spend an inordinate amount of resources building high and impassable fences around their research facilities, and greatly limiting the number of people with access to the proprietary information. Exercises. Number 1. The power of social comparison is an important factor in human motivation. Cultural animals set their goals by what others in their community want. If nature had programmed us merely to find food, shelter, and someone with whom to live, people would have had little urge to find ways to make life better once those basic natural goals were satisfied. But the cultural animal tunes in to his society, and as society standards change from year to year or century to century, each individual learns to want whatever currently signifies the good life. What is a luxury for one generation, such as cable television or a second car, is considered a necessity in the next generation. The shifting standards of happiness depend on human motivational plasticity, which is rooted in keeping up with one's neighbors. The constant factor is that cultural animals want to keep up with their peers. Number 2. Joseph Ledoux, an American neuroscientist, suggests that humans have a non-conscious danger detector that sizes up incoming information before it reaches conscious awareness. If it determines that the information is threatening, it triggers a fear response. Because this non-conscious analysis is very fast, it is fairly crude and will sometimes make mistakes. Thus, it is good to have a secondary, detailed processing system that can correct these mistakes. Suppose that you are on a hike and suddenly see a long, skinny brown object in the middle of the path. Your first thought is, snake, and you stop quickly with a sharp intake of breath. Upon closer analysis, however, you realize that the object is a branch from a small tree, and you go on your way. According to Ledoux, you performed an initial, crude analysis of the stick non-consciously, followed by a more detailed, conscious analysis. Number 3. How do we improve our problem-solving skills? It first starts simply with the intrinsic desire to learn and to love the process of learning. Lifelong learners, too, are frequently interdisciplinary thinkers. They see the value of the complexities and subtleties of various concepts, understanding when ideas from one area may provide a solution to a problem in another. That isn't to say that lifelong learners must become specialists in all fields. On the contrary, they are significantly more likely to recognize where their knowledge ends and where it begins. However, those self-perceived frontiers can also reveal when collaboration is required and when it's best to follow someone else's lead. In this approach, lifelong learning can help us solve problems in both our professional and personal lives. It encourages us to improve ourselves, teaches us how things function, hints at what's possible, and most importantly, allows us to tune out and focus on what counts. Number 4. We live in a world that has always been very diverse in terms of adaptations to both our physical and social environments. These diversities have existed over many years of human evolution with limited conflict. Initially, when conflict occurred, it happened mostly in areas where there was competition for natural resources needed for the survival and functioning of particular societies. An example of this was the competition among the Plains Indians for territory and for buffalo. The buffalo roamed over the plains, thus causing conflict between tribes for territory and for the buffalo, which was their main food source. Although these conflicts were often severe, they were highly localized. In today's world, with mass media, the world has become less localized, but is still very diverse. As a result, many cultures with diverse values, as with the Plains Indians, have come into contact and have increased the potential for misunderstanding and conflict. Number 5. Digital citizenship, digital leadership, big data, internet safety, and privacy are high on the list of discussions for media literacy educators. Teachers are concerned by the amount of technology that students are exposed to on a regular basis, and are debating how to handle those technology tools in the classroom. School administrators worry constantly about how much freedom they should grant teachers when it comes to these platforms, as well as the questions involved in allowing students to use network services for personal or educational use. Parents worry about how their children might be exploited on the internet. Students want to know why their favorite tools are constantly being monitored, taken away from them, or limited in schools. They question why education is not keeping up with their own technology preferences, and why teachers and administrators aren't seeing the possibilities of how they can become leaders with technology. These concerns lead back to classroom educators, who must be conscious of all these issues while at the same time bringing some perspective to these conversations. Number 6. A great example of why history matters, especially old histories, is offered by taking a close look at the word creativity itself. The term's etymological roots take us back to the Latin verb creare, which meant bringing something forth, making or producing something. However, this notion was not applied to human creativity for several centuries. Instead, the idea of creation was associated with God and the generative powers of nature. Different terms, ars and artis, more similar to today's notion of art, were applied to human forms of making, both technical and artistic. As such, the earliest 20th century uses of create were in the passive past participle, was created. It is only in the 15th century that the present tense, to create, and present participle, creating, of the verb began to be used. Thus, for hundreds of years, creativity was associated with the divine as opposed to the human. This conception was first challenged in the Renaissance and replaced more or less entirely during the Enlightenment. Unit 18. Gateway. People often assume that synthetic food ingredients are more harmful than natural ones, but this is not always the case. Typically, synthetic ingredients can be made in a precisely controlled fashion and have well-defined compositions and properties, allowing careful evaluation of their potential toxicity. On the other hand, natural ingredients often vary appreciably in their composition and properties, depending on their origin, the time of year they were harvested, the climate they experienced throughout their lifetime, the soil quality, and how they were isolated and stored. These variations can make testing their safety extremely difficult. One is never sure about the potential toxicity of minor components that may vary from time to time. In some cases, a natural food component has been consumed for hundreds or thousands of years without causing any obvious health problems and can therefore be assumed to be safe. However, one must still be very careful. The controllability of the production process for synthetic food ingredients and the variability of natural food ingredients may challenge people's commonly held assumption that the natural ingredients are more secure. Exercises. Number 1. Historically, the worst times for labor have been those characterized by both worker-replacing technological change and slow productivity growth. If AI technologies turn out to be as brilliant as some of us think, we should be more optimistic about the long run. As Darren Acemoglu and Pascual Restrepo have pointed out, brilliant technologies are much preferable for labor to mediocre ones, because as they make us richer, they create more demand for other goods and services produced by humans. Indeed, wages grew faster between 1995 and 2000, when computers prompted a brief productivity boom, than in the preceding and succeeding years. But while high productivity growth is always preferable to slow growth, growth in wages may fall behind that in productivity if technology is of the replacing sort, and some workers might see their incomes vanish in the process, even as new jobs are created elsewhere in the economy. That is what has happened in recent years, and it is also what happened during the classic years of industrialization. Technological advancements can benefit workers in the long run by increasing the demand for goods and services. But if this is a substitution for human labor, as it has ever been, some people may lose their jobs even though new jobs are created. Number 2. The basic reason for the increasing opportunity cost is that some resources and skills cannot be easily adapted from their current uses to alternative uses. And the more you produce of one good, the more you are forced to employ inputs that are relatively more suitable for producing other goods. For example, at low levels of food output, additional increases in food output can be obtained easily by switching relatively low-skilled carpenters from making shelters to producing food. However, to get even more food output, workers who are less well-suited or appropriate for producing food, i.e., they are better adapted to making shelters, must be released from shelter, making to increase food output. For example, a skilled carpenter may be an expert at making shelters, but a very bad farmer because he lacks the training and skills necessary in that occupation. So using the skilled carpenter to farm results in a relatively greater opportunity cost than using the unskilled carpenter to farm. The production of additional units of food becomes increasingly costly as progressively lower-skilled farmers, but good carpenters, convert to farming. Opportunity cost increases when it's challenging to shift resources and skills to new uses, and producing more of a good requires using inputs that are more appropriate for other goods. Number 3. As farming societies grew more productive and captured more energy from their environments, Energy appeared to be scarcer, and people had to work harder to meet their basic needs. This was because, up until the Industrial Revolution, any gains in productivity farming peoples generated as a result of working harder, adopting new technologies, techniques, or crops, or acquiring new land, were always soon consumed by populations that quickly grew to numbers that could not be sustained. As a result, while agricultural societies continued to expand, prosperity was usually only ever momentary, and scarcity evolved from an occasional inconvenience that foragers endured every once in a while to a near-perennial problem. In many respects, the hundreds of generations of farmers who lived before the fossil fuel revolution paid for our extended lifespans and expanded waistlines now by enduring lives that were mostly shorter, gloomier, and harder than ours, and almost certainly tougher than those of their foraging ancestors. Farmers before the fossil fuel revolution experienced greater difficulties than their foraging ancestors and modern people because population growth compromised the benefits of agricultural productivity. Number 4. Contrary to common sense, memory and imagination may not be two independent processes. Our memory clearly relies on constructive processes that are sometimes prone to error and distortion. Daniel Schechter, a psychologist at Harvard University, named this aspect of memory constructive memory. When we remember, we piece together fragments of stored information under the influence of our current knowledge, attitudes, and beliefs. Imagination is also a process of piecing together fragments of stored information. If so, it would be more efficient for the brain to share a common constructive process for memory and imagination rather than maintaining two independent processes. From this perspective, it would not be surprising to learn that the hippocampus is involved in both memory and imagination. Although it is not favorable for remembering an event precisely as it happened, it is adaptive in that it enables past information to be used flexibly in simulating alternative future scenarios without engaging in actual behaviors. Memory and imagination rely on constructive processes in which the brain adjusts past information and models potential future events, suggesting they might not be separate processes since both involve the hippocampus. Unit 19. Gateway. Numbers 1 and 2. Imagine grabbing a piece of paper between your thumb and index finger. Maybe you already are, as you turn this page. We use this type of forceful, pad-to-pad precision gripping without thinking about it, and literally in a snap. Yet it was a breakthrough in human evolution. Other primates exhibit some kinds of precision grips in the handling and use of objects, but not with the kind of efficient opposition that our hand anatomy allows. In a single hand, humans can easily hold and manipulate objects, even small and delicate ones, while adjusting our fingers to their shape and reorienting them with displacements of our fingertip pads. Our relatively long, powerful thumb and other anatomical attributes, including our flat nails, which nearly all primates possess, make this possible. Just picture trying, and failing, to dog-ear this page with pointy, curved claws. With a unique combination of traits, the human hand shaped our history. No question, stone tools couldn't have become a keystone of human technology and subsistence without hands that could do the job, along with a nervous system that could regulate and coordinate the necessary signals. Anybody who's ever attempted to make a spear tip or arrowhead from a rock knows that it requires strong grips, constant rotation and repositioning, and forceful, careful strikes with another hard object. And even with a fair amount of know-how, it can be a bloody business. Exercises. Numbers 1 and 2. When students have trouble spelling, we commonly describe them as having a poor visual memory, as if good spelling were primarily a function of a photographic image maker in the mind. After all, we use our eyes to look at print. Shouldn't spelling have something to do with looking longer and harder at a word or striving to remember the word through visual imaging? Linguists who have studied spelling, however, have demonstrated that one's memory for printed words has much to do with linguistic knowledge, and the visual attention and memory processes of good and poor spellers do not explain the differences in their skills. If spelling were a rote visual memory skill, how could the students in the Scripps National Spelling Bee succeed in spelling words they have never seen before? Good spelling is the result of knowledge of language structure, word origin, and word meaning, and the memory involved in spelling is memory for linguistic information. This reality implies that asking students to close their eyes and imagine the letter string in words, or asking students to write words in lists many times over, may have some value. But these visual strategies will be more productive if they are coupled with learning how the words are structured and why they might be spelled the way they are. Numbers 3 and 4. Students who are from diverse backgrounds typically identify and connect with faculty who are also from diverse backgrounds. However, the number of faculty from diverse backgrounds is falling behind when compared to the increase in diverse students. Forbes, a leading business and financial magazine, cited a study from the Hispanic Journal of Law and Policy regarding the minimum growth in the number of college faculty members of color in institutions qualified to offer doctoral degrees. Between 2013 and 2017, the number of Hispanic and Latino faculty members grew by less than 1%, and the number of Black faculty members grew by only 0.1%. While there have been some steps to increase hiring of diverse faculty, the academic pipeline for new faculty of color remains constrained, and recruitment practices which favor the status quo often create barriers to achieving a diverse and well-represented faculty. As a result, students, especially in an online platform, feel underrepresented, unwelcomed, and alienated because most, if not all, of their instructors have cultural backgrounds and values that are very different from what they are accustomed to. Several colleges now provide training in recognizing and addressing bias for their faculty and staff members. However, these, at best, can be categorized as tokenism. According to Webster, tokenism is the practice of doing something only to prevent criticism by others. To join the bandwagon, some educational institutions merely do the bare minimum to create a facade of respecting and representing within their campus. To be truly inclusive, every aspect of the educational decision must be taken to ensure that all students are cared for and represented. In fact, diversity and inclusive practices should be incorporated as an essential part of the mission and vision of the institution. Numbers 5 and 6. Nick Davies, the award-winning British journalist, writer, and filmmaker, calls it the great blockbuster myth of modern journalism that the news media reports, or strives to report, objective truth. The idea that journalists must always cover both sides of a story equally and with cool detachment is deeply rooted in our culture. Journalists are taught this idea when they are trained and are later frequently reminded of it by way of cliched mantras from their peers and superiors in the newsroom. We need to give equal weight to the opposing viewpoint, the saying goes, as if a holistic pursuit of truth were always made up of just two halves that are in every way always equal. This simplistic understanding of reality means the news is yet again shaped to meet artificial criteria. The result is another veil of distortion, cover-up of the story arrived at through the stripping away of perspective. The attempt to find balance by telling both sides of a story has nothing to do with objectivity and everything to do with taking a stance of neutrality. This is a worsened understanding of what real objectivity is, a position in relation to reality drawing on numerous perspectives that approach a whole. The automatic response to assume a neutral stance in journalism likely originated long ago as a safeguard to prevent media members and news organizations from pushing their own agendas, whether collective or individual. Our democratic and egalitarian culture that preaches fairness and even-handedness also reinforces this tendency to seek impartiality, as does the dichotomy of the argument culture. Fear by journalists and news organizations of being wrong helps to imprint that rule into stone. Numbers 7 and 8. To the casual observer, the rainforests of Southeast Asia, about 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, would have looked pretty much like the rainforests before and afterward. Lots of palms and thorn-covered plants in the lower canopy, and dense trees of all shapes and sizes reaching to the sky. But to the eyes of researchers looking into the former forests via pollen analysis, digging into the soils, and reconstructing past landscapes, a pattern emerges. The plant species that make up the forests are shifting in frequency and density. Certain palms and fruiting trees and climbing plants are becoming more common. Others are moving from one type of growth pattern to another, and others are simply disappearing. One expects these types of changing in forest structure as climates change and sea levels rise and drop. But these changes in Southeast Asian forests are not clearly linked to the climate. Something else started to shape the way the forests look and work. Guess who? The genus Homo had been living in and around the forests of Southeast Asia for hundreds of thousands of years without changing the ecology much. But by at least 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, humans started targeting certain types of trees, favoring them and their fruits, nuts, and leaves, or using their bark or their long, dense, thread-like stems. Moving small climbing vines or pulling out competing young trees that inhibited their access to the trees opened up new space for growth and reproduction for humans' favorites. People might even have defended certain trees against other animals and kept birds out during the fruiting season. Unit 20. Gateway. Numbers 1 through 3. Do you remember when Sean used to tell me that I was the best dad in the world? Ethan asked his wife Grace. Yes, I do. I always envied your relationship with Sean, she replied. Ethan then shared how things had changed since his son started middle school. Grace had noticed Ethan often pushing Sean to study harder. Maybe he isn't that into school right now. How about going hiking, just the two of you? She suggested. He agreed, and realizing that both his and Sean's hiking jackets were still at the laundry, he asked his wife to go and pick them up with him. When did you bring the jackets in? The clerk at the laundry asked. Maybe 2 weeks ago, Ethan replied. Then Grace quickly reminded him, Honey, we actually left them here a month ago. The clerk went into the storage area to look for the clothes. Finally, he returned with the jackets and handed them to Ethan. The clerk politely said, I am sorry, but please collect your items earlier next time. Our storage is too full. Ethan felt embarrassed for the late collection and apologized. Ethan and Grace came back home with the jackets and checked if Sean had everything else he needed for hiking. Luckily, in his drawers, they found his hat, shoes, sunglasses, and hiking sticks. When Sean returned from school, Ethan softly said, Sean, let's go hiking this Saturday, just the two of us. Though Sean thanked him for the suggestion, he said he had to go to the library. Grace stepped in. You know, the weather this weekend will be the best of the year. Why not enjoy it? After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. The weather was perfect. Ethan and Sean set off hiking along the valley by Icon Mountain. They walked in silence until Sean fell over a rock and twisted his ankle. Realizing he couldn't walk, Ethan carried his son down on his back. He felt Sean's heartbeat, something he hadn't felt since Sean was a baby. Suddenly, Sean said, "Dad, I'm sorry. At some point, I started to become afraid of disappointing you, but you are still the best dad." Energized, he felt no weight on his back and replied, "You are the best son, no matter what." Exercises. Numbers 1 through 3. When Felix was a young elementary school boy in Colorado, Mr. Evans, his teacher, said, "Take your coats with you to recess. You won't be allowed to return to get them." Felix thought, "No problem, I won't be cold." Once outside, however, he was getting very cold. He was really afraid to go back to the room, but reasoned it was better to risk his teacher's anger than to freeze to death, and he was clearly freezing to death, so he sneaked back into the classroom. Back in the closet, where the coats were hung, Felix grabbed his coat and pulled it down. Along with the coat came a box of brand new microscope slides, crashing down and breaking into pieces all over the floor. He quickly ran back outside. Once the students came inside, Mr. Evans said, "Somebody knows who broke those slides. Can anyone tell me who it was?" Felix just hung his head and kept his mouth shut for the rest of the day. Returning home, Felix felt really bad, and his mother knew something was wrong, but he said nothing. Finally, he could stand it no longer and blurted out the story to her. She said, "It's okay. Just tell your teacher what happened and offer to pay for the slides." At the time, he was only getting 25 cents a week for allowance and figured he would be 37 by the time he finished paying. The next day, Felix went to tell Mr. Evans what had happened. He said, "I was just freezing and trying to get my coat, and I didn't mean for the slides to break, and was too embarrassed to tell you, but I will pay my whole allowance of 25 cents a week." At that point, the teacher stretched the truth considerably. He said, "I noticed that only 2 slides were broken, so you can pay 50 cents and that will cover the damage." Felix had exactly 50 cents in his piggy bank, so he was extremely relieved. Numbers 4 through 6. I was deeply engaged in practicing my singing, hitting some challenging high notes, when I suddenly heard an off-pitch cry outside. Is that a dog trying to imitate my singing? Annoyed, I stomped to the window, preparing to give the owner a piece of my mind. My new neighbor, Rober, was lounging on his swing chair, and next to him was a massive dog, head thrown back, belting out his version of my song. Excuse me?" I called out. "Your dog seems to think he's the next big thing in opera?" Rober looked up surprised and then said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. That's Thunder. He gets a little carried away when he hears music. Thinks he's a canine Pavarotti or something. I apologize for his performance." I took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Tell Thunder he might need a few more lessons before his big debut," I teased, trying to hide my annoyance. We shared a friendly wave, and I returned to practice, hoping for a more peaceful practice session next time. The following day, sunlight filtered through the curtains as I started my vocal warm-ups. The notes flew smoothly, and the rhythm was right on point. However, as I hit a high note, I was rudely interrupted by a series of loud, deep barks. I tried to continue, hoping the source, Thunder, would stop. but his barks grew louder and more insistent, matching my pitch and rhythm. My concert was just around the corner, and every practice counted. Marching to the window to assert that Rober needed to control his dog, I saw him smiling at Thunder lovingly, while putting a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. When our eyes met, Rober motioned for me to come outside with an apologetic look. I went out and approached him. He hesitated. Well, I was a military dog trainer, and there was my partner dog named Alice back then. Together they had navigated dangerous areas in Afghanistan until Alice died facing hostile forces. Rober added that Thunder is her young, who reminds him of Alice's brave eyes. Tears welled up in my eyes. I wrapped my arms around the massive dog, feeling the warmth of this living connection to Rober's past. Numbers 7 through 9. The Lenape, an indigenous tribe, had 3 clans. These were the Turkey, Turtle, and Wolf clans. Tamanend became the chief of the Turtle clan. He earned respect with his honorable behavior, resulting in him gaining more power. Through the reputation he built as an honorable individual and chief of the Turtle clan, Tamanend was chosen as the representative of all 3 clans when dealing with Europeans. Eventually, the land on which the Lenape lived was granted to a white man named William Penn by the King of England. The king did not actually have a right to give the land to him, but he acted as if the land was his anyway. This action disregarded the sovereignty of the Lenape people and their long-lasting claim to the land, which naturally led the Lenape to mistrust William Penn. So, to prevent serious conflict, William Penn and Chief Tamanend had many discussions with the Lenape and their representatives. After a long period, the two formed a treaty. William Penn was also known as a man of honor. He sought to build a common understanding with the Native Americans on the land the English king gave him. He tried to learn Unami, the language of Chief Tamanend. William did not intend to interfere with the way Native Americans governed their tribes. William's intention was to create an honest agreement where he would gain permanent ownership of the land. This attitude helped when forming the peace treaty, because Tamanend could see he was a man to be trusted. The treaty would guarantee that there would be peace between the people represented by William Penn and the people represented by Chief Tamanend. The treaty meant that William Penn had to give things like blankets and kettles to the Lenape so that he could take and sell their land. Chief Tamanend said that the Lenape would live in love with William and his descendants while the water runs and the sun, moon, and stars shine. This treaty was honored by both individuals and the people they represented. Peace reigned in the land for more than 75 years. This was thanks to the wisdom and hospitality of Chief Tamanend and his people. He did not desire to cause fighting, but rather to create peace. Because of his wisdom, many celebrated him as the patron saint of America. Exercises. Numbers 10 through 12. Tom sat on the living room floor, watching his father, Jack, fine-tune the dial on their old tabletop radio. The sound of static gave way to a crisp British voice saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from Roger Bannister's attempt at breaking the 4-minute mile." "Sit still, Tommy. You'll want to remember this," Jack advised, his eyes narrowing as if trying to see the event through the radio itself. Tom adjusted his sitting posture and looked at the black and white photo of his dad in a track uniform, placed prominently on the mantelpiece. He had been a decent runner in his day, but nothing close to what they were about to hear. Finally, the announcer's voice broke the silence. "And he's off." For the next few minutes, the small living room was filled with the play-by-play of Roger Bannister running the laps. Each description of his pace, his form, his determination, was like a brushstroke painting an invisible image in the air. Jack and Tom leaning in, as if they could will Bannister to go faster. "Final stretch," the announcer practically screamed. "He's done it. 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. Jack grabbed Tom's shoulder, giving it a joyous squeeze. "He broke it, Tommy, broke it." A week later, Tom found himself in the backyard, wearing his father's old track shoes, which were a few sizes too big. His course was nothing more than a circle around their property, marked by garden stones and an apple tree. Jack stood with a stopwatch, a smile covering his face. "Ready, set, go," Jack shouted. Tom's initial steps were awkward in the oversized shoes, but he soon found his rhythm. Tom rounded the apple tree, his lungs burning, but his heart upbeat. When he crossed his finish line, Jack clicked the stopwatch. 5 minutes and 21 seconds, he announced, but the numbers didn't matter. That evening, Tom placed a stopwatch on the mantelpiece, next to his dad's old track photo. Neither of them spoke about it, but both understood. It wasn't just a moment in history they had listened to. It was a moment that had dashed through their living room, laced up its shoes, and sprinted right into their lives. Part 2. Unit 21. Gateway. Victorian England is characterized by the full development of the Industrial Revolution. England became the first industrial nation in the world, and by 1850, the first nation to have more people employed in industry than in agriculture. Expanding trade coincided with the growth of the empire and brought great wealth to Britain. But this wealth was not evenly distributed. Many enterprising individuals, the self-made men, rose from humble origins to positions of wealth and influence, but large sections of the working class were forced into the overcrowded slums of large cities, where they worked long hours for low wages and unhealthy conditions. The manufacturing towns of the north of England provided some of the worst examples, and inspired such socially conscious novels as Kingsley's Alton Locke, Gaskell's Mary Barton, and Dickens's Hard Times. In the south, there was London, already the largest city in the world, showing all the crime, evil, and misery which result from overpopulation and unplanned growth. Exercises. Number 1. We learned to cut wood and plow the earth once we had acquired the ability to attach a stone tip to a wooden handle. Wood was abundant, but rare flint was needed for the tip. In axes, raw and unrefined stone was replaced with flint in about 4000 BCE. Found all over Europe, flint axes and knives were produced in great quantities, about 500,000 every year. But there were very few flint mines. Axe heads originating from one flint deposit in the Alps have been found all over Western Europe. Axes from central Poland have been discovered 800 kilometers away. So the earliest human tool, the flint axe, already combined the two types of raw material, the easily replaceable stick and the precious flint, which was handed down from one generation to another, traveling huge distances on its way. The owners had to protect the sites where flint was found, and the first property rights developed. Others had to produce something of value to exchange, a flock of sheep, for example, or cured hides. This is how trade began. Number 2. Malcolm Gladwell, in his best-selling book, Outliers, shows not only how a culture's history can influence a child's development and thus adult accomplishments, but also that such influences can extend back many generations and over different continents. Did one's ancestors make a living as independent farmers tending rice paddies, which required planning and persistent labor, or did they make a living as serfs growing potatoes, which required planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall, with little attention necessary in between? Are you a descendant of farmers whose crops were relatively immune to theft, or of ranchers whose livelihoods could be stolen from under one's nose? Were people born in a time of economic plenty or hardship? Exceptional people, the outliers in the title of his book, Gladwell asserts, are not simply the product of hard work and native intelligence. They are the result of the practices of their culture at a particular time in history. Although Gladwell never mentions Vygotsky or socio-cultural theory, his book illustrates the importance of socio-historical influences on development. Number 3. Seeing geography as a decisive factor in the course of human history can be construed as a bleak view of the world, which is why it is disliked in some intellectual circles. It suggests that nature is more powerful than man and that we can go only so far in determining our own fate. However, other factors clearly have an influence on events, too. Any sensible person can see that technology is now bending the iron rules of geography. It has found ways over, under, or through some of the barriers. The Americans can now fly a plane all the way from Missouri to Mosul on a bombing mission without needing to land to refuel. That, along with their great aircraft carrier battle groups, means they no longer absolutely have to have an ally or a colony in order to extend their global reach around the world. Of course, if they do have an air base on the island of Diego Garcia or permanent access to the port of Bahrain, then they have more options, but it is less essential. Unit 22. Gateway. Environmental taxes based directly on measured emissions can, in principle, be very precisely targeted to the policy's environmental objectives. If a firm pollutes more, it pays additional tax directly in proportion to the rise in emissions. The polluter thus has an incentive to reduce emissions in any manner that is less costly per unit of abatement than the tax on each unit of residual emissions. The great attraction of basing the tax directly on measured emissions is that the actions the polluter can take to reduce tax liability are actions that also reduce emissions. Continuous emissions measurement can be costly, particularly where there are many separate sources of emissions. And for many pollution problems, this may be a major disincentive to direct taxation of emissions. Nevertheless, the technologies available for monitoring the concentrations and flows of particular substances in waste discharges have been developing rapidly. In the future, it may be possible to think of taxing measured emissions in a wider range of applications. Exercises. Number 1. Milk is mostly water. For every unit of milk she produces, a dairy cow must consume an equivalent unit of water. Commercial dairy operations convert millions of gallons of water into milk. They use thousands of gallons of water daily to keep their herds and mega facilities clean enough to pass inspections. This water becomes waste that contaminates surrounding aquifers. Production of methane gas is also problematic. Agribusiness dairies employ advanced technologies, animal genetics, food microbiology, biophysics, and biochemistry, and gigantic housing and production facilities stocked with specialized equipment, milking machines, piping, sprinklers, and sprayers that are manufactured by other industries that also produce waste. Infrastructure must be disposed of as newer industry standards make it outdated. Transporting milk long distances requires refrigeration and fuel. Milk used to be packaged in reusable glass containers, but it is now typically sold in plastic, most of which becomes solid waste, although much of it is recyclable. Number 2. Corporate social responsibility requires businesses to be accountable for their actions and recognize the impact they have on society and the environment. Managing waste responsibly is part of this responsibility. Companies can improve their waste management practices by evaluating their waste production and finding ways to reduce it. They can also implement recycling and composting programs, which can reduce the amount of waste sent to landfills. By being conscious of their waste management practices, businesses can prove to consumers that they are committed to being sustainable and environmentally responsible. In addition to reducing their own waste, companies can also contribute to waste reduction on a larger scale. They can work with suppliers to reduce packaging and find ways to use more sustainable materials. They can also partner with organizations that promote recycling and waste reduction and support legislation aimed at reducing waste. By taking these steps, businesses can help to reduce waste throughout the entire supply chain and promote sustainability on a larger scale. Number 3. Redesigning products and changing consumer preferences may need to be supported by new business models that reshape the means by which consumers obtain products and services. Stahel and Jackson have criticized the prevailing fast replacement production system and propose that commercial innovations are necessary to decouple the profitability of commercial enterprises from the throughput of goods for consumption. They suggest that the source of future company profitability should be the sale of services rather than products. New Van Huys has similarly presumed that in a more sustainable system, car producers might make their money not primarily by making and selling new cars, but by selling spares, repair, and afterwear through their dealer networks to keep their own products on the road for a long time. Such examples of reshaping the product-service mix represent a systems-based approach through which material throughput is reduced, while the service provided is maintained or increased. Unit 23. Gateway. There has been a lot of discussion on why moths are attracted to light. The consensus seems to hold that moths are not so much attracted to lights as they are trapped by them. The light becomes a sensory overload that disorients the insects and sends them into a holding pattern. A hypothesis called the Mach band theory suggests that moths see a dark area around a light source and head for it to escape the light. Another theory suggests that moths perceive the light coming from a source as a diffuse halo with a dark spot in the center. The moths, attempting to escape the light, fly toward that imagined portal, bringing them closer to the source. As they approach the light, their reference point changes and they circle the light hopelessly, trying to reach the portal. Everyone is familiar with moths circling their porch lights. Their flight appears to have no purpose, but they are, it is believed, trying to escape the pull of the light. Exercises. Number 1. There is a problem from biology called the paradox of enrichment. Intuitively, one would think that a population of predators would tend to do better if the amount of food available to its prey were to increase. More food for the prey means that more prey is available to the predator, and hence the predator's population should expand as well. Yet in fact, sometimes the opposite happens. An increase in the food available to rabbits, for example, in a given area might lead to an overabundance of rabbits, and increase the population of its predator, say wolves, until the population of wolves becomes unsustainably large and is destabilized. So, more food for the rabbits can actually pose a threat to the population of wolves. This example shows that our ordinary intuition, that more food and hence more prey is always good for a predatory group, is flawed. More is not always more, at least in the case of predators and prey. The paradox of enrichment shows that our intuitions about abundance and enrichment do not always conform to observable facts. Number 2. Our planet is about 4.6 billion years old. Much of the Sahara is underlain by rocks that date back to between 2.5 billion and 500 million years ago. These rocks have been greatly altered by extreme heat and pressure, and have long been known by the very general term basement complex. The basement complex rocks have undergone periodic intervals of uplift and deformation, followed by intervals of prolonged erosion. They are overlain by more or less undeformed sedimentary rocks that were laid down by water, wind, and ice. This sedimentary cover is up to 10 kilometers thick and occupies well over half of the present Sahara. As a result, basement complex rocks are only visible at the surface of the Sahara in about 15% of its total area. The contact between basement complex and sedimentary cover is often very sharp and is sometimes evident as a line of springs, some still active, some long dry. Number 3. The drive toward equilibrium, a minimum energy state where there is no further tendency to change, is one of the fundamental principles of chemistry and physics. Falling objects come to rest at the lowest energy state. Chemical reactions proceed to completion, where no further reaction occurs. While this driving force is manifest everywhere, natural systems, even when they are at a steady state, are usually far from equilibrium. At equilibrium, properties such as temperature and pressure are constant throughout the system, and the system is isolated from external influences. That is not the natural world. One of the benefits of laboratory experiences is that when we actually try to measure properties at equilibrium, it becomes evident that controlling the conditions for such perfection to appear is very difficult indeed. Natural systems are not isolated. Matter flows in and out. Properties such as temperature and pressure change continuously. Natural phenomena do not exist in static equilibrium states, but are in movement at all scales. Unit 24. Gateway. Share of respondents who say reading is one of their personal hobbies. The above graph, based on a survey conducted in 2023, shows the share of respondents who say reading is one of their personal hobbies, according to their gender group in 5 countries. Among the countries shown in the graph, Spain had the largest share of females who said reading was one of their hobbies, which was 58%. The gap between the share of females and that of males who selected reading as one of their hobbies was larger in Germany than in Mexico. The share of females who selected reading as one of their hobbies in the United States was larger than that in South Korea. As for South Korea, the share of respondents who selected reading as one of their hobbies was the smallest among the countries shown in the graph for each gender, respectively. Exercises. Number 1. Sport reflects the norms and values of the general culture of a society. In most world cultures, winning and success are highly valued qualities. Sport can serve as an excellent exemplar of the valued win-at-all-costs philosophy. This prevailing attitude often leads to elitism, sexism, racism, nationalism, extreme competitiveness, abuse of drugs, including performance-enhancing drugs, gambling, and a number of other deviant behaviors. However, the true spirit of sport often reveals itself as well. The notions of cooperation and teamwork, fair play, sportsmanship, hard work, dedication, reaching to achieve personal excellence, obedience to rules, commitment, and loyalty are also revered values of the society. And that is, perhaps, the primary reason that people love sports so much. Despite the highly publicized negative sports stories that are often sensationalized by the mass media, including social media, there are far more positive sport-related stories which help to justify that our support of our favorite teams and athletes is not a wasted endeavor. Number 2. In tourism, demonstration effect refers to local residents adapting the styles and manners of visiting tourists. Locals notice the superior material possessions of the visitors and wish to have the same. One of the positive effects of demonstration effect is that it encourages residents to better work and productivity. Particularly in developing countries, hosts can be motivated to perform better because they can see in tourists the standard of living they want to follow. However, the expensive cameras and watches carried by tourists can not only be the objects of admiration and motivation to work harder, but also a source of anger and even threat. Demonstration effect can be disruptive. Locals can become resentful of visitors because they are unable to obtain the goods and lifestyle demonstrated by them. The exposure of the host society to tourists' goods or ways of living can create unhappiness of hosts with what they previously regarded as satisfactory. Demonstration effect can often generate jealousy, resentment, and even hatred of tourists in the developing host countries, especially when locals see they cannot be as wealthy as tourists and have the same standard of living. Number 3. 2025 Bat Watch Picnic. The Bat Watch Picnic is a fun family event held at Turella Reserve, typically during Australasian Bat Month. This year, it's back again on the 8th of March. Come enjoy a unique chance to see one of the most amazing moments as thousands of gray-headed bats stream out from their roosting camp beside Woolly Creek. Details. Date: Saturday, 8th of March. Time: 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Share this wow experience with friends and family. Celebrate our amazing city wildlife. Enjoy creative and crafty batty activities for young and old. Wear or bring something bat-themed. Learn about these fascinating long-distance pollinators who are vital for our forests. Join us from 6 p.m. at Turella Reserve. No need to book, just show up. Don't forget to bring a picnic mat or a chair because they are not provided. Unit 25. Gateway. Creativity is commonly defined as the production of ideas that are both novel, original, new, and useful, appropriate, feasible. Ideas that are original but not useful are irrelevant, and ideas that are useful but not original are unremarkable. While this definition is widely used in research, an important aspect of creativity is often ignored. Rarely is the final goal. Rather, to successfully solve problems or innovate requires one or a few good ideas that really work and work better than previous approaches. This requires that people evaluate the products of their own or each other's imagination and choose those ideas that seem promising enough to develop further and abandon those that are unlikely to be successful. Thus, being creative does not stop with idea generation. In fact, the ability to generate creative ideas is essentially useless if these ideas subsequently die a silent death. Exercises. Number 1. Conveying values to your children is complicated by the fact that what you think you are teaching them is not always what they are learning from you. This disconnect can occur because your actions may not always be clear to your children. For example, your children may see you working hard in your career and being well rewarded financially for your efforts. You may believe that the message they are getting is that you work hard because of your passion for your work. But they may actually be getting the message that you work hard because money is important to you. Clearly, two very different values would arise depending on how they interpret your messages. This is why you should not only make sure you are living a life that expresses your values, but also periodically ask yourself whether your actions clearly express the values or whether your children could misinterpret them. Also, ask your children what value messages they are getting from you. For example, you can ask them, "Why do you think Daddy or Mommy work so hard?" Number 2. Having a rich store of knowledge in an area is the basis for creativity, but something more is needed. For many problems, that something more is the ability to see things in a new way, restructuring the problem, which leads to a sudden insight. Often this happens when a person has struggled with a problem or project, and then sets it aside for a while. Some psychologists believe that time away allows for incubation, a kind of unconscious working through the problem. Actually, it is more complex than that. Incubation is more helpful when a longer preparation period precedes the individual setting the problem aside. Leaving the problem for a time probably interrupts strict ways of thinking, so you can restructure your view of the situation and think more differently. Creativity requires extensive knowledge, flexibility, and a continual reorganizing of ideas, as well as motivation and persistence. Number 3. Difficulties may arise for students when the beliefs of the home and school differ. When an individual's behavior is interpreted from a cultural perspective that is different from that of the individual in question, misunderstandings and conflict can result. Malcolm and his colleagues described a number of ways in which this can happen for Aboriginal students in mainstream Australian classrooms. In Western Anglo culture, looking people in the eye when you speak to them is a mark of respect and shows you are attending to them. However, in many other cultures, including some Aboriginal and Asian groups, this would be a mark of disrespect, particularly if shown by a younger person to someone in a position of authority. Without this understanding, teachers might assume that students from cultures that do not favor eye contact are not listening or are not interested. Similarly, teachers who insist on eye contact without explaining that it denotes respect in their culture risk some students and parents assuming that those teachers do not want to be respected. Unit 26. Gateway. Human speech differs from the cries of other species in many ways. One very important distinction is that all other animals use one call for one message as the general principle of communication. This means that the number of possible messages is very restricted. If a new message is to be included in the system, a new sound has to be introduced too. After the first few tens of sounds, it becomes difficult to invent new distinctive sounds, and also to remember them for the next time they are needed. Human speech builds on the principle of combining a restricted number of sounds into an unlimited number of messages. In a typical human language, there are something like 30 or 40 distinctive speech sounds. These sounds can be combined into chains to form a literally unlimited number of words. Even a small child, who can communicate by only one word at a time, uses a system for communication that is infinitely superior to any system utilized by any other animal. In animal cries, each call represents a different message, which limits the number of possible messages, whereas human language creates an unlimited number of messages using a finite set of distinctive sounds. Exercises. Number 1. You may have noticed that language has a variety of actual and potential uses. Marvel for just a moment at the flexibility, utility, and power of language as a set of tools. Language can be used to describe the world or some part of it, pose problems, suggest solutions, issue orders, make agreements, tell stories, tell jokes, sing songs, exchange greetings, buy things, sell things, make friends, insult enemies, and so on. Can language be said to serve any specific single essential function amid all this variety? Remember that humans are social animals. Our chances of survival and of flourishing are greatly enhanced by association with others of our kind. We do much better in groups than as individuals. This places a high premium on cooperation and coordination with others. Thus, the essential function, as well as the functional essence, of language would seem to be communication. What exactly is communication? Communication is what we do to achieve common understanding, essential to cooperation and coordination among two or more sentient beings. Number 2. Texts must be interpreted, that is, analyzed for both explicit and implicit meanings. Since it is impossible to know with any certainty what an author intends, one alternative is to discount the intentions of the author and concentrate on whatever meaning the text generates. As D.H. Lawrence famously declared, "Never trust the teller, trust the tale." New criticism in the 20th century would reject the notion that deciphering an author's intention is a central goal of literature. Literature, they argued, is not a secret message planted by the author to be decoded, but a dynamic field of multiple meanings generated because of, despite, and indeed regardless of the author. In this model, literature is a textual world that the author has set in motion, but does not control. The reader controls the text through interpretation. Number 3. It is fascinating to watch an artist striving to achieve the right balance. But if we were to ask him why he did this or changed that, he might not be able to tell us. He does not follow any fixed rules. He just feels his way. It is true that some artists or critics in certain periods have tried to formulate laws of their art, but it always turned out that poor artists did not achieve anything when trying to apply these laws, while great masters could break them and yet achieve a new kind of harmony no one had thought of before. When the great English painter, Sir Joshua Reynolds, explained to his students in the Royal Academy that blue should not be put into the foreground of paintings, but should be reserved for the distant backgrounds, for the fading hills on the horizon, his rival Thomas Gainsborough, so the story goes, wanted to prove that such academic rules are usually nonsense. He painted the famous Blue Boy, whose blue costume in the central foreground of the picture stands out triumphantly against the warm brown of the background. Unit 27. Gateway. Truth is essential for progress and the development of knowledge, as it serves as the foundation upon which reliable and accurate understanding is built. However, one of the greatest threats to the accumulation of knowledge can now be found on social media platforms. As social media becomes a primary source of information for millions, its unregulated nature allows misinformation to spread rapidly. Social media users may unknowingly participate in creating and circulating misinformation, which can influence elections, cause violence, and create widespread panic, as seen in various global incidents. As creators and consumers, it is our responsibility to take on a greater role in that enhancement of fact-checking protocols in order to ensure accuracy. It is critical that participants safeguard the reliability of information, supporting a more informed and rational public community. Exercises. Number 1. In media, the echo chamber effect arises in a situation where information, ideas, or beliefs are amplified or reinforced by transmission and repetition inside an enclosed system, often drowning out different or competing views. Big data sources utilizing web data are particularly prone to this effect. People using web forums and communities often surround themselves with voices that echo similar opinions to their own. Diverging opinions are ignored, marginalized, or dismissed as trolls. This has the effect of distorting what is then considered to be the general consensus. This theory of cognitive dissonance, how humans strive for internal consistency, is well established. When we experience inconsistency, dissonance, we become psychologically distressed and will try to avoid and or reduce the dissonance and achieve consonance. The implications for big data are clear. Web datasets may be heavily biased and require significant interpretation before conclusions can be drawn. Number 2. Although computer scientists and mathematicians tend to be talented at computer science and math, as a group they tend not to be sensitive to the nuances of language. If something needs a name, they don't obsess over picking the perfect name that has ideal connotations and Latin roots and what have you. They just pick a name, usually one that has to do with something they like. Python, the programming language, is named after Monty Python, the comedy troupe. Monty Python is the comedy text in computer science, like Star Wars is the narrative text. Django, a web framework, is named after Django Reinhardt, the jazz guitarist, a favorite of the Django framework's inventor. Java, the programming language, is named after coffee. JavaScript, an unrelated language, was invented around the same time as Java, and is also, unfortunately, named after coffee. Number 3. In communication services, when picture phones were introduced in 1963 at the New York World's Fair, an American telecom giant, which had been at the forefront of designing and introducing the technology, estimated that there would be 10 million such phones in use in America by 1980. But the real number in that year was closer to 0. 30 years later, with smartphones, laptops, tablets, and camera-equipped desktop computers, personal video penetration was at the other extreme, at 230 million. Similarly, at one time, mobile phones connected by satellites were widely expected by experts to be the next big thing. In 1998, the Wall Street Journal enthusiastically claimed that the consensus forecast by media analysts is of 30 million satellite phone subscribers by 2006. The reality, however, was vastly more modest than these experts predicted. Such satellite phones, aside from some subsidized national security applications, are mostly used as rental units on adventure travel, and even that niche has been rapidly contested by alternatives. Unit 28. Gateway. Internalization depends on supports for autonomy. Contexts that use controlling strategies, such as salient rewards and punishments or evaluative self-esteem hooking pressures, are least likely to lead people to value activities as their own. This is not to say that controls don't work to produce behavior. Decades of operant psychology prove that they can. It is rather that the more salient the external control over a person's behavior, the more the person is likely to be merely externally regulated or introjected in his or her actions. Consequently, the person does not develop a value or investment in the behaviors, but instead remains dependent on external controls. Thus, parents who reward, force, or cajole their child to do homework are more likely to have a child who does so only when rewarded, cajoled, or forced. The salience of external controls undermines the acquisition of self-responsibility. Alternatively, parents who supply reasons, show an emotional understanding of difficulties overcoming problems, and use a minimum of external incentives, are more likely to cultivate a sense of willingness and value for work in their child. Exercises. Number 1. By focusing on just one aspect of our lives, we are failing to consider all the other things that contribute to happiness. For example, if you ask students 2 questions, how happy are you with your life in general, followed by, how many dates did you have last month? There is absolutely no relationship between the answers. However, if you reverse the order of the questions and start with the dating question, this produces a strong relationship. Those with more dates rate themselves as happier with their lives compared with those who went on fewer dates. By focusing and anchoring the respondent to a measure of popularity, you are influencing their subsequent evaluation of well-being. The same effect can be found when attention is first called to an attendant's marriage or their health. The reason happiness levels change is that people do not know how happy they are in general, and so they become susceptible to the focusing of attention on different aspects of their life. When people consider the impact of any single factor on their happiness, they are inclined to exaggerate its importance. Number 2. Women and men differ in whether they describe themselves as empathic. If you have empathy, you identify with others and imagine what it must be like to walk in their shoes. You celebrate with those who are happy and cry with those who cry. Physiological measures of empathy, such as heart rate while seeing another's distress, reveal a much smaller gender gap than is found in self-reports and surveys. Nevertheless, females are more likely to express empathy, to cry and to report distress when observing someone in distress. Anne Kring and Albert Gordon observed this gender difference in videotapes of men and women students watching film clips that were sad, children with a dying parent, happy, slapstick comedy, or frightening, a man nearly falling off of a tall building. Their findings showed that the women reacted more visibly to each film type. Women also tend to experience emotional events more deeply, with more brain activation in areas sensitive to emotion, and to remember the scenes better 3 weeks later. Number 3. Laughing and smiling are not just signals for others that we are like them. They are strong emotional drives that bind us together as a social species. They are just some of the mechanisms that begin to integrate the individual into a group. When my infant daughter burst into laughter, she was demonstrating one of the most powerful primitive needs to make contact. Without the ability to laugh and smile, we would be isolated individuals. We use laughter to lubricate awkward social interactions, as a way of signaling that we are easygoing, not aggressive, and potentially someone worth investing time and effort in. In short, we use laughter to generate our reflected self, because our sense of self depends on what others think of us. And being funny is considered by many in our culture as an important measure of who we are. It is one of the reasons that most of us think we have a better than average sense of humor, although statistically that cannot be true. Very few people would readily admit that they do not have a sense of humor. Unit 29. Gateway. Around the turn of the 20th century, anthropologists trained in the natural sciences began to reimagine what a science of humanity should look like and how social scientists ought to go about studying cultural groups. Some of those anthropologists insisted that one should at least spend significant time actually observing and talking to the people studied. Early ethnographers such as Franz Boas and Alfred Court Haddon typically traveled to the remote locations where the people in question lived and spent a few weeks to a few months there. They sought out a local Western host who was familiar with the people and the area, such as a colonial official, missionary, or a businessman, and found accommodations through them. Although they did at times venture into the community without a guide, they generally did not spend significant time with the local people. Thus, their observations were primarily conducted from their verandas. Exercises. Number 1. Every society maintains inequalities that benefit some groups and hurt others. In Taiwan, people from mainland China who fled the communists in 1949 still dominate native Taiwanese. Gaps in income and opportunity between men and women and between whites and people of color persist in the United States. As stereotypes reflecting these differences have developed, they have justified and rationalized the underlying inequalities. For example, historically, women and people of color have often been viewed in ways that justified their treatment as childlike, unintelligent, and weak, and thus in need of direction and guidance. And in fact, people who believe inequality is natural and right, views that are more often found among members of dominant groups, such as whites and males, are particularly likely to be prejudiced against others. Moreover, high-status groups are stereotyped as more competent than are low-status groups, providing apparent justification for the status differences. Thus, as these examples illustrate, inequalities can produce different opportunities for different groups in a society, and then perceivers from stereotypes of those groups that will help perpetuate and maintain those same inequalities. Number 2. Nothing quite captures our distaste for the unfamiliar like the frequent public hysteria over minute changes to the look and feel of products. Take the story of an American fruit-based beverage company's disastrous logo change. In 2009, a legendary ad agency was hired to redesign the company's logo and label. The aim was to give the brand a more modern look. Gone with the iconic image of the straw-punctured orange. The recognizable color scheme was changed too. The product itself wasn't any different. It was still the same fruit juice with the same product name. The box just looked a little different. But people didn't like it. Within 2 weeks of the rebrand, the company had lost 20% of its earnings. Less than 30 days after launch, it pulled the new design off the shelves and went back to the original label. Not long afterward, the 3-decade-old ad agency shut down. This is not the only case. Ask Facebook. Every time Facebook changes its layout, there's an outcry from users who demand a return to the way it used to be. Number 3. Information sometimes spreads epidemically. Like a virus that spreads by infection, information spreads through word of mouth. The mechanism of viral information spread is simple and can be compared with the tradition of fairy tales or legends. which spread all over the world only through word of mouth, being retold countless times and passed on. Transferred to a broader basis, this means that if only 10 people are addressed in the first generation, 10,000 people can be reached by the fourth generation. This huge potential has attracted the interest of marketing researchers. If viral news spread could be systematically implemented as a marketing vehicle, this would have a major advantage. In comparison with traditional marketing campaigns, whose effect gets diluted over time, the effect of viral news spread is self-enforced with an increasing degree of distribution, resulting in a sustainable anchoring of information. Unit 30. Gateway. The generally close connection between health and what animals want exists because wanting to obtain the right things and wanting to avoid the wrong ones are major ways in which animals keep themselves healthy. Animals have evolved many different ways of maintaining their health, and then regaining it again once it has been damaged, such as an ability to heal wounds when they are injured, and an amazingly complex immune system for warding off infection. Animals are equally good, however, at dealing with injury and disease before they even happen. They have evolved a complex set of mechanisms for anticipating and avoiding danger altogether. They can take preemptive action so that the worst never happens. They start to want things that will be necessary for their health and survival, not for now, but for some time in the future. Exercises. Number 1. Calorie counts and labels, it seems, have always been shaped by social anxieties about fatness. And while those labels do reflect the number of calories in a particular food, they don't reflect the caloric availability, the number of calories our bodies can actually metabolize from those foods. University of Cambridge researcher Giles Yaw asserts that understanding caloric availability is central to understanding the science of weight and metabolism. Caloric availability is the amount of calories that can actually be extracted during the process of digestion and metabolism, as opposed to the number of calories that are locked up in the food. That is, while a food may have 100 calories in it, our bodies may be able to digest only a portion of those. Accordingly, Yaw argues, every calorie count on every nutrition label and restaurant menu is at worst false, and at best, misleading. Number 2. When viewing a film, in order for us to understand and internalize a situation, it can be seen that it is not necessary for us to identify completely, or even at all, with the protagonist. Indeed, the viewer only needs to have a sense of why the protagonist's response is appropriate to their situation. If we consider this in respect of, for example, horror films, we do this most easily when supernatural entities appear. We understand why, for instance, a character might run from a haunted house, especially in circumstances where we share the same culture as the protagonist. We can easily establish why the characters we are watching find supernatural or horrible monsters unnatural. In respect of illness in film, the same is true. We do not need to identify entirely with the protagonist to be able to understand and internalize their responses to illness. Only that illness and disease is a universal threat. Character reactions, therefore, often become the most powerful empathetic element in film. Number 3. Seaweeds are known for their use in diverse applications. Being the first organism in the marine food chain, they provide nutrients to animals, both in water and land. They are used as a protein source, flavor supplement, for reducing blood sugar, making medicines for colds, coughs, etc., preventing obesity, as animal feed, as a source of biofuel for biogas production, gelling, thickening and stabilizing agents, treatment of wastewater, and many more. While the seaweeds have a variety of uses, they are considered to be environment-friendly and are found to improve the health of the marine ecosystem where they grow. Overall, they are good both for the economy and the ocean ecosystem, as they provide a safe and healthy ground for marine life. Their presence also acts as an obstacle to the sea-bottom trawlers, thereby protecting the seafloor and the fragile environment of the region. Part 3. Test 1. Number 1. Dear employees, word has reached the 4th floor that some employees fear that because of economic hard times and service cutbacks, their jobs may be eliminated and they may become unemployed right before Christmas. Figures range from 10% to 35% of all staff, depending on which rumor you hear. While these are indeed hard times for our industry, management has no plans to cut off staff before the end of the year, or even during the first quarter of next year. Cost-cutting measures to counterbalance our financial downturn are currently underway and have been for some time. But you can be certain that they do not include any staff cuts whatsoever. If you are still concerned about the security of your job or this organization, please talk to your supervisor. We value all of you and the work you do. Eliminating your services would be our very last resort. Sincerely, Michael Dawson, Director of Personnel. Number 2. When her cousin Jess visited, Gloria couldn't wait to take her to Stylist Visions, a bright boutique filled with clothes and jewelry. Upon arriving at Stylist Visions, Gloria told Jess that she would love the shop and offered to help her choose clothes. 20 minutes later, they had toured the entire shop and a pile of clothes was waiting for them in the fitting rooms, including clothes Gloria had picked out for Jess. She thought that they would look great on Jess. Okay, Gloria said. Let's go and try them on. You'll look fantastic in that pink shirt. At that moment, however, Jess told her that she wasn't going to try anything on. What did you say? I'm not going to try anything on, Jess repeated. But you go ahead. I'll wait here. Gloria couldn't believe her ears and her spirits sank. Gloria realized Jess didn't like her taste. Gloria concluded that Jess had been quiet because she wanted to be polite. Number 3. New value creation is a leap of faith, and a high degree of failure is expected. If you study the most innovative companies you can think of, you will find that they have had more failures than successes, more misses than hits. How you deal with failure is the main feature of an innovation biome. No one knows beforehand what will work or be successful. So you need to expose yourself and your customers to a breadth of ideas and solutions. The business model of an innovation is uncertain, and while we might attempt to reduce this uncertainty, innovation needs to run freely and with flexibility. Companies should not assume they know whether an innovation will work, how it will be used, who exactly will use it, or how it will be monetized. All of these variables need to be fluid, and the organization must be ready for change. Rigidity in any of these aspects is the antithesis to value creation. Number 4. As irritating as it is for an individual to go to all the effort to get a competing offer, let me explain why that is such an effective strategy. Appraising an individual's value in the workforce is a very difficult proposition. There isn't an exact amount that is universally fair to pay any given job title. There are too many variables. Therefore, companies do their best to determine competitive pay through salary surveys or other data, but it's more of an art than a science. The best way to appraise worth is similar to how you appraise a house. One of the best indicators of home value is to see what other houses have sold for. When you have other competitive offers or bids on a home, it sets its value in the market. The more unlike other homes, the more difficult it is to appraise. The same is true for employees. The best way to establish value is to see competitive offers. Number 5. Schools tend to structure outdoor learning, indeed just about all learning, around an age-based framework, unless, of course, school numbers encourage mixed-age classes. Recent research in Australia has found that mixed-age grouping helps children develop social, cognitive, and language skills, with children engaging in more mature and complex play. Children will naturally mix with children of different age groups at playtime, outside on the school field or playground. Perhaps we should reconsider the idea that learning outdoors simply involves taking a class outside, and instead view it as how a school supports the social and cognitive opportunities of mixing classes and age groups to learn in a wide range of environments. Should forest school be restricted to your school's Year 1 class? Why not take a mix of classes with some pupils from each year? Perhaps our outdoor experiences as teachers can be the foundation to challenge many accepted notions of what education should look like. Number 6. Today, children in early childhood education centers have access to computer games, even though the children are often restricted in their use of such games. Naturally, it is the oldest children in early childhood education centers who tend to play such games the most. The games are often very simple and may well include some aspect of learning. Children growing up today meet digital technology early, and it becomes a natural part of their personal promotion. Often a program is peppered with songs and music and is a form of entertainment. Hence the word edutainment, which is sometimes used for this. Some computer games help to develop fine motor skills using the fingertips and require cognitive skills in order to find a solution to a challenge or a task in relation to a menu. Accordingly, this means that the child needs to know or learn the codes in order to be able to make the game work by choosing from the menu. Number 7. A few years ago, I took a group of restaurateurs and hoteliers to visit a number of restaurants in Rochester, New York. At our first stop, a major burger franchise, members of our group were pleasantly surprised to find a vase with a bouquet of flowers in the ladies' washroom and a small plant in the men's room. We had 35 people in our group, but as we ordered our food, the staff remained polite and welcoming, took the food order expediently, and put up the orders promptly with no mistakes. All of the group members were surprised to see such service and hospitality. Though we never met him, this restaurant owner expressed hospitality and service to us. No corporate policy required plants and flowers in the washrooms. Instead, the independent franchisee personally saw to it that this particular burger restaurant was memorable. Number 8. Online review readership by gender and product category in 2015. The graph above shows the percentage of men and women who read online reviews before making purchases in 2015 by product category. Both men and women had the highest percentage of online review readership in the electronics category. The categories with the lowest percentage of online review readership were renting a car for women and beauty products for men. Men were more likely than women to read online reviews in 4 categories: electronics, buying a car, insurance policies, and renting a car. In the food for delivery category, the percentage of online review readership was the same for men and women. Number 9. Rebecca L. Crumpler was born in 1831 in Delaware and died in 1895 in Fairview, Massachusetts. She is known as the first African-American woman to earn a medical degree in the United States. She was raised by an aunt in Pennsylvania who cared for sick neighbors, and this may have affected her career choice as a physician. In 1852, she was working as a nurse, but in 1860, she was admitted to the New England Female Medical College in Massachusetts, where she graduated in 1864. Crumpler challenged the prejudice that prevented African Americans from pursuing careers in medicine. Although little has survived to tell the story of Crumpler's life, she secured her place in the historical record with her book of medical advice for women and children. Crumple practiced general medicine in Boston for a short while before moving to Richmond, Virginia, after the Civil War ended in 1865. Living in Richmond gave her the opportunity to care for freed slaves who would otherwise have had no access to medical care. Number 10. Fraser Park Ghost Train. Each year, the Fraser Park Ghost Train takes riders on a journey through a mystical and magical world, inspired by Halloween and other mysterious tales. Ticket prices: adult, 19 to 64 years, $14. Youth, 13 to 18 years. Senior, 65 plus years, $11. Child, 3 to 12 years, $10. Child, 2 years and under, free. Riding the train. Trains depart every 30 minutes from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Passengers should line up at the start of their time slot for shorter waits. Children must always be accompanied by an adult when riding the train. Accessibility. The train is wheelchair accessible and has special rooms for people in wheelchairs and their companions. Stroller parking is available. Dogs of any size are not permitted on the train unless they are certified service animals. Number 11. 2025 My Pet Look-alike Photo Contest. We're looking for local pets and their twin human owners in San Luis. Dashing dogs, cute cats, lovable lizards, charming chickens, all pets are welcome. Contest details. Step 1. Submit your photos by clicking the link on our website. Step 2. Participating photos will be posted on our website for public voting. Step 3. The photo with the most likes within the voting period wins. Contest dates. Submission deadline: Saturday, May 10th. Voting starts on Sunday, May 11th and ends on Tuesday, May 13th. The winner will be announced on our website on Friday, May 16th. Prize. The winner will get a pet bed and a personalized painting of their pet made by a local artist. The winner must pick up their prize in person with a valid photo ID. The contest is open only to residents of San Luis who are 18 years of age or older. Number 12. It is obvious that any significant achievement occurs only where the self attributes intrinsic pleasure to the pursuit of knowledge. Students may pass courses, but little of the information learned from the reward of great incentives will be stored in long-term memory. When the rewards cease, so does the motivation to remember, which is why the vast amount of information learned is lost within weeks. In one study on math games, children's performance was compared between a reward program and the follow-up during which no rewards were provided. The reward program did initially produce more interest, and the children played more. However, those who initially had enjoyed the games lost interest during the follow-up and played less after the reward program ended. The researchers determined that it was the reward program that caused the children to like the games less. Related research should cause us to think about what we do to the minds of children in an obsessive grade competitive educational system. Number 13. By giving an alarm call, a babbler tells the predator that it has been spotted. Once it has been spotted, the predator's chances of launching a successful attack are low, as the babbler can now seek cover. Many species, from lizards to kangaroo rats, warn predators in this way. What keeps the signal honest, guaranteeing its evolutionary stability? Why don't babblers emit these calls at frequent intervals, just in case there happens to be a predator around? One reason is that the calls don't always deter predators. They simply lower the odds of an attack. If the prey has already been spotted by a predator, giving the call is worthwhile. But if the prey hasn't been spotted, then it just made its position known to any predators nearby, and since it doesn't know where these predators might be, its chances of escape are low. As a result, prey have an incentive to give the calls only when they have actually spotted the predator, making the calls credible. Number 14. The theory of comparative advantage was first proposed by David Ricardo in 1817, when he demonstrated the idea by examining wine and cloth production in Portugal and England. Both commodities could be produced in Portugal more easily than in England. However, the relative cost of production of the two goods differed within each country. In England, wine production was extremely difficult, but cloth was readily manufactured. It could therefore be said that there were high opportunity costs for England to produce wine, and it was better to focus on cloth making. Although in Portugal it was easy to produce both commodities, there was a comparative advantage in concentrating on the production of a surplus of wine to meet England's demand, and trade it for English surplus cloth. Specialization enabled economies of scale to be secured, and investment meant that a high-quality product could be delivered. England also benefited from the arrangement because, while the cost of its cloth production remained the same, it enjoyed access to a supply of wine produced more cheaply than was possible at home. Number 15. Sports, by their very design, are highly structured. They involve institutionally defined rules, giving rise to a hierarchical authority pattern, and are often so over-regulated that they seem only nominally related to play. Although it is commonly said that athletes play sports, the rules and customs that control the behaviors of athletes often distance sports from the domain of play. Sports represent the formalization of play, with every move closely examined and subjected to rules and rules interpretation by game officials and league administrators. The participants of sports, athletes, owners, trainers, etc., have an investment with the games they play. Their very livelihoods are dependent upon success in the sports world. Generally, the investment aspect of sport outweighs the recreational, playful aspect of the game itself. Thus, as Edwards noted decades ago, sport is often anything but a diversion to its participants. In fact, for many participants, it is sport that produces the primary stresses and strains in their lives. Number 16. In a documentary film released in 2004, psychopharmacologist Candace Pert retells a story about the conquistadors in Montezuma. The story, a reportedly factual account, essentially states that when the Spanish galleons approached, they were invisible to the Aztec people. The reason was simply that the Aztec had never seen ships of that nature. When the Spanish approached the shore with their helmets on their heads, what the Aztec perceived were gods with golden helmets reflecting the sun as they walked on water. The Aztec welcomed them as gods, and of course everyone knows what happened. According to the story, it took several days of just staring at the water where the Spanish arrived for one of the Aztec scholars to finally see the ships. Arguably, this story illustrates how we fail to see what we see, either because of psychological defense strategies and or the inability to see what is not already in the mind to see. Number 17. The basic aesthetic elements of cinema may be summarized as visual composition, lighting, movement, color, direction of action, editing, sound, dialogue, sound effects and music, and special effects. These elements of film craft may represent aspects of actual subjects in the real world, but they may also embody subjective perspectives communicated by the filmmaker. For example, the angle of a shot may make a subject appear more or less powerful, and a long take may convey a deeper sense of continuous reality than a series of quick cuts. Sound effects recorded in post-production may add realism and emotional attachment to footage shot in the field without sync sound. Adding a musical soundtrack may lend an emotional tone to a scene, reinforcing the message of the imagery. Even in direct cinema, the most pure mode of documentary style, which often relies on long takes and neutral camera angles, the filmmaker still makes decisions about where to put the camera, when to move it, and when to make a cut. There is no avoiding the conclusion that, as an art form, cinema molds its own reality as much as it presents that of the world. Number 18. The term big data can be used to talk about the analytic techniques used to extract useful information from the massive amount of data making up our digital form of life. Over the last several decades, our analytic methods for information extraction have increased in sophistication, along with the increasing size of the data sets we have to work with. And these techniques have been put to a mind-blogging variety of uses, from Wall Street to science of all sorts. A simple example is the data exhaust you are leaving as you read these very words on your e-reader or tablet. How much of this book you read, as well as the digital notes you take on it, is commercially available information, extracted from the trail of data you leave behind as you access it in the cloud. Major online bookselling retailers use this sort of information to further target the types of products they market. Number 19. Recently, when devastating wildfires caused widespread destruction across parts of the Pacific Northwest region of North America in the summers of 2018 and 2020, news organizations predictably focused on both the human dramas created by the blazes and the climate change angle. The latter is treated as the sole worsening factor for the increase in fires. To be sure, climate has been a considerable factor. Somewhat cooler, wetter weather, which is more recently the norm in the Northwest, does not result in uncontrollable fires of that scale. But an important component of that story was largely bypassed in the rush to drama fueled by the emotionally charged climate change angle. Those fires are also the result of poor forest management practices for over half a century. Decades of suppression of naturally occurring and regenerative wildfires have resulted in weaker, diseased, and more combustible forests. That combined with widespread clear-cutting of more fire-resistant old-growth trees and their replacement with second-growth species has also greatly contributed to the blazes. Number 20. Energy democracy is based on the fundamental principle that energy production must not harm the environment or people. This seemingly obvious proposition comes with a radical outcome. Planet-killing fossil fuels must be left in the ground. But it is not enough simply to switch to wind, solar, and tide-based renewable energy sources. This is not, in other words, simply an issue of technological innovation, as the shift of renewable energy is so often represented by mainstream commentators. Advocates of energy democracy insist that everyone should have sufficient access to renewable energy sources. Since the free market is notoriously unconcerned with such questions of equal access, energy democracy thus also implies that the means of power production must be socialized and democratized. This involves conceptualizing energy as a form of public goods rather than, as at present, a commodity produced by for-profit entities. This shift makes sense since the new forms of renewable energy are predominantly produced in decentralized forms, making collective ownership of the means of production the most sensible way to regulate them, and to shift power to community and grassroots organizations. Number 21. Some groups of humans have been genetically isolated from the rest for a long time. It has been argued that the San from southwestern Africa have been largely isolated for more than 100,000 years. However, San culture shares with humans across the globe all the basic features that I shall associate with educability. Like other groups, they have origin myths, deities, and stories about their deities, which all involve complex belief systems that individuals acquire from others. They also have sophisticated knowledge that enables them to survive in their desert environment. For example, they traditionally hunt game using arrows poisoned by extracts from the roots of rare desert plants. This hunting technique must have been difficult for an individual to invent, given that it uses knowledge that would be challenging to learn from experience. Once invented, however, it is easy to pass the technique down from generation to generation. Number 22. In a free society, every man is a self-owner. No man is allowed to own the body or mind of another, that being the essence of slavery. This condition completely rejects the basis for a law of defamation, i.e., libel, written defamation, or slander, oral defamation. For the basis of outlawing defamation is that every man has a property in his own reputation, and that therefore any ill-intended or untruthful attack on him or his character, or even more, a truthful attack, injures his reputation and therefore should be punished. However, a man has no such objective property as reputation. His reputation is simply what others think of him, i.e., it is purely a function of the subjective thoughts of others. But a man cannot own the minds or thoughts of others. Therefore, I cannot invade a man's property right by criticizing him publicly. Further, since I do not own others' minds either, I cannot force anyone else to think less of the man because of my criticism. Number 23. Depending upon the historical era, the political context, and the emergence of fashionable theory in criminology, different philosophies of punishment arise and become dominant, although never exclusively so. For example, during the 1950s and the early 1960s, rehabilitative philosophies predominated. The more conservative era of the 1980s revived a punitive model of just deserts. However, during the 1960s, retribution was not abandoned. Neither was rehabilitation absent in the 1980s. The major concern of the philosophy of punishment reflected the dominant correctional ideology. While ideologies and their constitutive philosophies change over time, few are ever totally abandoned, and newer versions of thinly disguised old ideas may gain renewed currency and popular acceptance. The late 20th and early 21st century have seen a reversion to harsh punitive philosophies, as exemplified in the wide use of the 3 strikes and you are outlaws, and the increase in the use and widespread acceptance of the death sentence. Yet the same period has welcomed a victim and offender-centered approach called restorative justice, that aims to reintegrate offenders back into the community and correct the harm of those offended. The philosophy of punishment reflects the prevailing correctional ideology of the time, but it does not completely reject old ideologies, as shown by the coexistence of punitive and restorative approaches across different eras. Numbers 24 and 25. Although animals devise a wide range of tricks to deceive their peers, they more often cheat by a much subtler means, free riding. That is, putting less effort into a group project than the other members of the group. For instance, many young birds help their parents raise younger siblings, a behavior estimated to occur in 3 to 8% of bird species in the world. Helping allows young, inexperienced birds to learn critical survival skills, especially when they themselves are not yet ready to strike out on their own. Helping also benefits their fitness indirectly because they share, on average, half of their genes with any of the chicks in the nest. This aspect of evolution is known as kin selection. However, just as a half-full glass can be seen as half empty, so too are shared genes. A 50% genetic similarity can also be seen as a 50% genetic difference. This is why there is conflict as well as cooperation between the helper birds and their siblings. For this reason, helpers may not pour their full effort into this communal reproductive enterprise. In carrion crows, for example, as many as 27% of helpers are sluggish workers, contributing less effort than they can toward helping raise their siblings. But if the dominant breeders are removed, these lazy helpers will immediately increase their efforts in feeding the chicks. Clearly, they can be quite competent in food provisioning when they have to. They are by no means born lazy. They simply avoid their duty when they can get away with it. Numbers 26 through 28. Emma started her car and drove towards the parking lot exit. A couple in their 30s had walked in front of her car, and as she watched them pass, she noticed the woman was having difficulty walking, and she was struggling with her groceries. Emma put down her passenger window and yelled for them, but they did not hear her through the wind. She beeped her horn and waved to them. "Would you like a ride?" she yelled. The woman touched the man's arm and told him that they had a ride. They both got in with 6 bags of groceries. "Thank you so much. You really saved us. You are an angel," she said. Emma asked them where they needed to go, and she started driving. They each thanked her about 5 times. Then the woman said something that touched Emma so much she could feel it in her heart. She said, "My leg is really bad, and I'm always supposed to use my cane. That cane really gets in the way when I carry groceries, so I left it behind today. My leg hurts so badly. You don't know how much this means to us." The man said, "We have to eat, so we just do what we can. We will never forget your kindness." As Emma pulled into the parking lot of their apartment building, she asked them if she could help them carry in their groceries. They refused her offer and said that she had done enough already. Emma watched them walk towards the building. The man was carrying 5 of the bags, and the woman was carrying 1. She was walking with great difficulty from side to side. It was the same walk Emma had noticed outside the store. She assumed that she was struggling because of the heavy groceries and strong winds. If Emma had not given them a ride that day, she never would have discovered the real reason that she was having such a tough time walking. She left her cane at home so she could carry her groceries. Test 2. Number 1. Dear Hazel, Harold is now home from the hospital and doing well. I can tell he's getting back to his normal self because he started criticizing my treatment of our beloved pet dog, Max. When my husband fell ill and was hospitalized, it was a challenging period for both of us. Your willingness to come to the hospital and spend time with us, offering comforting words as well as delicious meals, made a significant difference. Your kindness provided a source of strength for both my husband and me during those tough days. Please know that your thoughtfulness will always be remembered and cherished. I'd like to invite you to lunch later, once my husband is fully recovered. We'll have much to talk about. Sincerely, Monica. Number 2. Once my brother Buddy's outfit was finished, he modeled it proudly for Mom and Dad. But when he saw my distracted expression, his smile faded. "What's wrong, Ella?" I forced a smile. "Nothing, sweetie. You look awesome." Buddy, noticing my trembling hand, took my hand and looked up at me with concern in his big eyes. My heart raced, and I hugged him tight, unable to shake the image of the scarecrow I had seen the other night. But in that moment, an idea came to me. Maybe going to face the dumb straw figure myself again was the only way to stop feeling so afraid. As Buddy and I played, I started to form a plan. After he went to bed, I'd sneak out under cover of darkness and storm. I'd march right up to that old scarecrow and show it that nothing could stop me. The thought of finally standing up for myself was strangely empowering. I might even work up the nerve to knock the stupid thing over. I tightened my fists, ready to confront my fears head on. Number 3. Before classes start, take a good long look at the classroom that you have been assigned. If you had the room last year, pitch out old work from former students and throw out the old so you can bring in the new. Think about real estate agents who encourage clients to get rid of clutter so that potential buyers can see themselves in the house or apartment they are thinking of buying. It is the same with students. Let them enter the space and see it as a place where they can make their mark, literally and figuratively. Find ways of making the classroom space welcoming, not overwhelming. Try to limit your imprint. Organize the space, but restrain yourself from decorating it. The decoration will happen throughout the year as students' writing, photos, messages, and projects fill up the space. The classroom then becomes a collaborative space that belongs to the students who inhabit it. Number 4. The influence of ecology began to be felt during the 1970s, when some scholars in North American society predicted the upcoming clash between ecology and traditional economic theory. This influence and the potential conflict became recognizable and significant during the 1980s. However, little attention was paid to this threatening development by the general population before the 1990s. Even today, the large majority of people conduct their lives in a manner that clearly indicates they still do not appreciate the gravity of the situation. Maybe people will finally come to their senses when they are finally confronted by the purported Cree Indian prophecy. When the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, you will realize that you can't eat money. Mark Twain said it even more concisely. Humans are the only animals that blush and need to. Number 5. Early medieval universities had no easy way to convey information and ideas to their students. Machines to print words and drawings on paper with ease didn't appear until the middle of the 15th century. So professors simply told their classes what they wanted them to remember and understand. That oral communication had some advantages, incorporating a rich vocabulary of gestures, words, and inflections that made the best of lecturers masters at simplifying and clarifying their complex ideas. And for several hundred years, this was the only game in town. But deep learning requires intellectual struggles in which learners try not just to comprehend and remember, but also to apply, analyze, synthesize, evaluate, and theorize. With lectures just to say the content of a subject in front of students taking up all the class time, little, if any, space remained to help them engage in those higher order and more difficult mental activities. Number 6. Cultural influences related to identities and difference can lead to distorted self-perceptions, especially for people who occupy marginalized or oppressed identities. While perception research has often been used to support the notion that individuals who are subjected to discrimination, like racial and ethnic minorities, are likely to have low self-esteem because they internalize negative societal views, this is not always the case. In fact, even some early perception research showed that minorities do not just passively accept the negative views society places on them. Instead, they actively try to maintain favorable self-perceptions in the face of discriminatory attitudes. Numerous studies have shown that people in groups that are the targets of discrimination may identify with their in-group more because of this threat, which may actually help them maintain psychological well-being. In short, they reject the negative evaluations of the out-group and find refuge and support in their identification with others who share their marginalized status. Number 7. When asked how he arrived at his discoveries, Einstein replied, "I ignored an axiom." It is not entirely clear to what axiom he referred, because he disregarded many, but most likely he meant the belief that the result of a measurement is independent of the relationship between the measurer and the measured. In the theory of relativity, the measured mass of a body, like its length, depends on its speed relative to the measurer. Einstein says that to discover something new, the old has to be abandoned. Sometimes, a discovery is not a new idea, but the rejection of an old one. Geniuses like Einstein are capable of giving up old conventions without any external stimulus. Most of us need a shaking that comes from the outside. Creativity means, before everything, willingness to abandon habitual thought patterns. This is why creativity is so close to humor. Humor is simply the ability to distance ourselves from things. Like humor, creativity demands not taking conventions too seriously. Number 8. News sources used in the U.S. by age group, 2020. The above graph shows the percentage of U.S. adults categorized by age group who often got their news from various media sources in 2020. Among adults aged 18 to 29, a significant majority accessed news via digital devices such as smartphones, computers, or tablets, while only 16% watched news on television, and even fewer listened to the radio or read print publications for news. In the 30 to 49 age group, digital platform usage was slightly lower, 67%, and television viewership was higher, 25%, compared to the 18 to 29 age bracket. Individuals aged 50 to 64 showed a more balanced distribution between digital devices and television, with 52% using the former and 54% favoring the latter. Across all age groups, radio and print media were the two least favored news sources. The group aged 65 plus showed the highest percentage for radio and print media alike, the former at 21% and the latter at 25%. Number 9. Born into a wealthy British family in 1908, Ian Lancaster Fleming wasn't always destined for literary fame. He just had some experience in journalism and finance before finding his calling during World War II. During the war, he served as a commander in the Royal Navy's Intelligence Division, where he gained first-hand experience with the world of espionage that would later shape his novels. After the year at the age of 44, Fleming surprised everyone by publishing his first James Bond novel, Casino Royale. The story of a secret agent codenamed 007 captured the imagination of readers. Fleming produced 11 more Bond novels and 2 short story collections, creating a global phenomenon. Fleming's legacy goes beyond Bond, though. He also wrote a children's book, the whimsical Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and tried his hand at nonfiction writing. Number 10. Sanctuary Photo Contest. In celebration of National Get Into Your Sanctuary events, the Springfield Office of National Marine Sanctuaries is hosting a photo contest. Capture the beauty of your sanctuary and join the contest. Photo categories: Sanctuary views. Share your photos of beautiful sunsets or scenic shots of your favorite national marine sanctuary. Sanctuary life. Send us your best photos of sanctuary inhabitants like fish, marine mammals, and other amazing ocean animals. Sanctuary recreation. Enter your best images of people responsibly enjoying national marine sanctuaries. How to enter. Submit images to earthisblue@sonms.gov, including a brief description of when and where each photo was taken. Photos are accepted from May 26th to September 4th, and winning photos will be announced in October. Additional guidelines. Participants must be at least 16 years of age as of the first day of the contest, May 26th. Photos should be a minimum of 1,200 pixels wide. Participants can submit up to 5 photos. Number 11. 2025 Annual Fishing Rodeo for Families. Lakeville Park's 2025 Annual Fishing Rodeo for Families is a fantastic way to kick off the summer. Scheduled for Saturday, May 10th from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., this event isn't just a chance for kids to try their hand at fishing. It's also a great opportunity for family bonding. Registration. Registration opens on April 1st for Lakeville residents and April 15th for non-residents. Remember to pre-register as there will be no registrations on the event day. Event details. The first 175 kids to register get a free fishing rod and reel. Bait will be supplied by Lakeville Park. Each child can take home up to 5 fish. Every child must be accompanied by an adult throughout the event. Fees and prizes. There's an entry fee of $5 per child. Prizes will be awarded for the biggest fish caught. For more information, please contact us by email at afd2025@lvpark.gov. Hope to see you there on Saturday, May 10th. Number 12. Life is full of fear-provoking situations. Importantly, for a discussion of personality, some of us are more sensitive than others of these fear-provoking events. Some would feel quite apprehensive about venturing into a forest in the first place. Few have the courage to attempt rock climbing up the steep side of El Capitan at Yosemite. Indeed, some would intensely dislike walking through a strange part of town, especially at night and especially alone. On the other hand, others of us are not so easily frightened and are much less likely to be inhibited by such challenges. It is these kinds of emotional differences that give rise to unique personalities, by motivating and guiding our diverse action tendencies so consistently from day to day. These individual differences in the sensitivities of our emotional brain systems lead each of us to experience the world differently, and therefore to respond differently, resulting in our recognizable individual personalities. To varying degrees, depending to a great extent on our inherited makeup, our emotions move us out of our resting state. They are the prime movers of personality. Number 13. During the 19th century, most people thought that physical difference and language were closely connected. That is, people were thought to speak differently because of race. In the early 20th century, Franz Boas intensely argued that there is no relationship between race, language, and culture, though this often fell on deaf ears. That children of immigrants learn to speak the language of the new country should be the obvious proof of this statement. However, even today, this is forgotten at times. For example, Chinese Americans are sometimes praised for their excellent English, even though they, and perhaps even their grandparents, were born in the United States and never learned to speak Chinese. Likewise, language ability is separate from religion, occupation, financial status, or other aspects of culture. Unlike many physical attributes, language and culture are subject to change from generation to generation. In one sense, then, one's language and culture is an individual choice. Thus, differences in language can be easily observed among people in the same speech community. Number 14. An example of how social influences can affect the brain can be noted from a study conducted by Rainville and his colleagues. In their study, they asked participants to put a hand into moderately hot water around a temperature of 47 degrees Celsius, and thus they would anticipate a mild discomfort. It was found that the anterior cingulate cortex was active while they had their hand in the water, presumably because of the discomfort involved. However, when people were led to believe the water would be incredibly hot, the same areas were more active than it was for those that thought the pain would be minimal. Hence, here we have a clear demonstration that the socially induced expectation altered the magnitude of the brain response, even though the water temperature was the same for all participants. This should be of interest to those working on healthcare-related campaigns, as it suggests that the induction of pain-related expectations may be a tool that can be implemented to change consumer behaviors. Number 15. Consider the following recent findings that relate to the basic spatial concept of verticality. Because moving around in space is a common physical experience, concepts such as up or down are immediately meaningful relative to one's own body. The concrete experience of verticality serves as a perfect scaffold for understanding abstract concepts, such as morality. Virtue is up, whereas depravity is down. Good people are high-minded and upstanding citizens, whereas bad people are underhanded and the low life of society. Recent research by Brian Meyer, Martin Selbaum, and Dustin Wigant illustrated that research participants are faster to categorize moral words when presented in an up location and immoral words when presented in a down location. Thus, people intuitively relate the moral domain to verticality. However, Meyer and colleagues also found that people who do not recognize moral norms, namely psychopaths, fail to show this effect. Number 16. A good example of the tremendous constraints of evolution, even during episodes of great innovation, is the vertebrate wing. Wings have been invented in many separate lineages. The wings of bats, birds, and pterosaurs all evolved separately and therefore have big structural differences. However, in all of those cases, the wing evolved from a forelimb. Those animals lost many use of their forelimbs in order to get wings. Neither birds nor bats can grasp things very well. They have to awkwardly use their feet and mouths to manipulate objects. It would have been far better for those animals to grow wholly new wings while retaining their forelimbs. But evolution rarely works that way. For an animal with a complex body plan, growing new limbs is not an option, but slowly reshaping existing limbs is. Evolution is a constant game of trade-offs. Number 17. Websites and apps and programs always break because the computers that they are on wear out and need to be updated. The world changes. Software needs to be updated. When you host even a simple website with a company, that company will always go through management changes or be sold or upgrade its servers, and something will inevitably be screwed up. Every year that you run a software project, you accumulate technical debt, the cost of maintaining the current software and adding on patches and fixes. In a New York Times editorial, Professors Andrew Russell and Lee Vinzel wrote that 60% of software development costs are spent on routine maintenance, like bug fixes and upgrades. Contrary to popular imagination, the enormous number of engineers and software developers that we're projected to need in the workforce in the future is not needed for new and innovative projects. 70% of engineers work on maintaining existing products, not making new ones. Number 18. Does Earth really have a finite supply of mineral deposits? Many economists do not think so. They maintain that increased oil prices and new technology will make it possible to make use of deposits that are too low grade for today's market. In fact, this is exactly what has happened in the last few years with the development of shale oil fields in which fracking of source rocks yields oil. Geologists agree that changes of this type are important, but they note that the volume of the crust is limited and that this places an ultimate limit on the conventional and even the new deposits that we can find. So, although economists might win in the short run, geologists are right in the long run, and in the meantime, we have to find the deposits that remain. Number 19. Why do consumers fail to buy innovative products? An explanation is supplied by behavioral economists, such as 2002 Nobel Prize winner Daniel Kahneman, who showed with Amos Tversky that consumers have a loss aversion, which means that they fear losses much more than gains of the same scale. The problem with introducing a new technology or applications is that it forces consumers to change their behavior, which is never easy. Studies show that people tend to overvalue the benefits of the goods they own and know over new ones by a factor of 3 to 1. Innovators, at the same time, overvalue their new products by the same factor. Having put their ideas, hopes, energy, money, and time into a new product, innovators tend to lose a sense of realism. Taken together, there is a mismatch of 9 to 1 between what innovators think consumers want and what consumers truly desire. A new product must therefore not be better by a small measure. Rather, its gains must far outweigh the potential losses, or consumers will not adopt it. Number 20. In a time when so much of our communication is electronically mediated, it is likely that we will communicate emotions through the written word in an email, text, or instant message. We may also still use pen and paper when sending someone a thank you note, a birthday card, or a sympathy card. Communicating emotions through the written or typed word can have advantages such as time to compose your thoughts and convey the details of what you're feeling. There are also disadvantages in that important context, and nonverbal communication can't be included. Things like facial expressions and tone of voice offer much insight into emotions that may not be expressed verbally. There is also a lack of immediate feedback. Sometimes people respond immediately to a text or email, but think about how frustrating it is when you text someone and they don't get back to you right away. If you're in need of emotional support or want validation of an emotional message you just sent, waiting for a response could end up negatively affecting your emotional state. Number 21. The medieval and Renaissance eras saw a rise in human exploitation of natural resources, which evolved into a concern for future generations. The intellectual movement in Victorian Britain saw technology as dehumanizing, causing people to romanticize rural life in medieval Europe. Some of these views persist today. They have found refuge in sections of the environmental movement that assert that nature is better preserved by excluding human activity. Supporters of this view maintain that rapid technological innovation is the main source of ecological degradation and that efforts should be made to slow it down. This view, though credible at face value, confuses technological advancement with the impacts of specific technologies. A rigid adherence to the view would prevent the use of technology and engineering in key areas where it is essential for environmental management. For example, chemistry has given the world industries
that have resulted in ecological damage. But many of the same scientific foundations are now being used in green chemistry. Number 22. Between 1910 and 1930, the number of U.S. dailies fell from 2,200 to 1,942. More significantly, the number of cities with competing daily papers fell from 689 to 288 during this same period. Part of the reason was competition. The high cost of equipment, combined with circulation wars, killed many papers. Another part of the reason, though, was the desire of the largest newspaper owners to reduce competition in the various cities in which they operated. These owners tried to ensure that they would attract most of the daily circulation, and therefore most of the advertising money, by buying and killing off other newspapers in places where they owned papers. The result was the creation of powerful newspaper chains, companies that owned a number of papers around the nation. By 1933, the 6 most powerful chains, Hearst, Scripps Howard, Patterson McCormick, Block, Ritter, and Gannett, controlled about 1/4 of all daily circulation in the United States. Hearst alone controlled almost 14% of daily and 24% of Sunday circulation in 1935. Number 23. The huge advantage of automatic processing of information in our environment is that it helps us get through a great many decisions with almost no effort. However, there are some serious disadvantages. With so many messages constantly available, we are overwhelmed and begin to think that the value of any one message is almost nothing. So we make poor exposure decisions, and while we are exposing ourselves to more and more messages, we are paying less and less attention to them. With reduced concentration, our increased exposure does not translate into increased learning. In fact, the opposite is true. It is likely that the more time people spend with the media in general, the less likely they are to learn from any one message, especially with the multitasking further reducing attention to any one message. With so many messages and so many exposures, the value of any one message keeps getting reduced. While automatic information processing facilitates decision-making, it also leads to an excessive availability of messages, which in turn diminishes the perceived value of any single message and the likelihood that we learn from it. Numbers 24 and 25. The tendency to deal with threat by ignoring or denying the problem can appear in normal individuals, but only under certain conditions. For the most part, fear-arousing communications usually stimulate recipients to take actions to reduce the threat. For instance, a lecture to French teenagers about the dangers of alcohol was significantly more effective in changing attitudes and behaviors toward drinking, when accompanied by fear-arousing versus neutral pictures. However, there is an exception to this general rule. When the danger described in the fear-producing message is severe, but the recipients are told of no effective means of reducing the danger, self-restraint, medication, exercise, diet, or the like, they may deal with the fear by blocking out the message or denying that it applies to them. As a result, they may take no preventive action. This helps explain why it is important to accompany high-fear messages with specific recommendations for behavior that will diminish the danger. The more clearly people see behavioral means for ridding themselves of the fear, the less they will need to resort to psychological means, such as denial. The lesson: don't try to persuade people through fear without giving them specific steps to handle the fear. This applies to your letter, designed to convince citizens of the dangers of high-speed limits. Vividly describing the highway mayhem these high-speed limits allow should be effective as long as you also describe specific steps recipients can take to reduce the danger, such as contributing to relevant political action groups or calling relevant legislators, whose phone numbers you should provide. Numbers 26 through 28. Once upon a time, there was a man named Alma who was very helpful, kind-hearted, and generous. Alma would help anyone without asking for anything in return. He did it simply because he wanted to and loved to help others. One day, while walking into a dusty road, Alma saw a purse, so he picked it up and noticed that it was empty. Suddenly, a woman showed up with a police officer and accused him of stealing her purse. The woman grabbed the purse from him, opened it up, and saw that it was empty. Then she demanded that Alma tell her where he had hidden her money, but he replied, "It was empty when I found it, ma'am." The woman yelled at him, demanding, "Give my money back. It's for my son's school fees." Alma noticed the woman was in a very stressful situation, so he handed her all his money. "Take this," he said. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." The woman left, but the police officer held him for further questioning. The woman was very happy, but later, when she counted her money, she was shocked to find it doubled. A few days later, on her way to her son's school to pay the school fees, she noticed a skinny man walking behind her. She thought that he might rob her, so she approached a police officer standing nearby. Coincidentally, it was the same police officer from a few days earlier, when she had lost her purse. The woman told him about the man following her. She pointed out the man, whom they approached together. Surprisingly, it was the same man who gave the woman back her purse a few days before. The woman was puzzled to see Alma again. The police officer said to the woman, "He didn't return your money. He gave you his money that day. He wasn't the thief. But upon hearing about your son's school fees, he felt sad and gave you his money." Then Alma smiled and told the woman, "Please go ahead and pay your son's school fees. I saw you by chance and decided to follow you to make sure that no one stole your money." The woman was speechless. Test 3. Number 1. Dear Mr. Cooper, we've missed you since your last dental visit on May 3rd, and we're a bit concerned as we haven't been able to reach you despite several attempts. We understand that life gets busy, but completing your dental treatment is very important. By scheduling your follow-up appointment soon, we can ensure your treatment is completed successfully. Delaying further could worsen your condition, potentially leading to more costly procedures. Remember that an investment in your dental health now will save you both money and discomfort in the long run. Please know that if you have stopped treatment due to financial concerns, our staff can work with you on a payment plan that will let you complete your treatment. We want to help you keep your teeth healthy for a lifetime. Please call us at 253-2268-3384 or email us at patrick@oralcare.com to continue the treatment. We hope to see you soon. Sincerely, Patrick Dental Clinic. Number 2. One day in class, our teacher asked if anyone knew which college was located in Lafayette, Indiana. I knew that the answer was Purdue University. I looked around our classroom, and only one person had his hand raised to answer her question. Mark, the smartest kid in our class, was waving his hand high with a big smile on his face. In my mind, I was shouting, "Purdue, Purdue." I wanted to answer, but I couldn't raise my hand because I was afraid my answer might be wrong. Finally, she called on Mark to answer her question. He smiled and answered loudly, "Purdue." In that moment, I felt so disappointed in myself. If only I could have had the courage to raise my hand and answer her question. The kids might have thought that I was somewhat smart. The thought of kids making fun of me outweighed my decision to participate in class. I shouldn't have doubted myself. Number 3. When a crisis strikes, you will only feel stymied and aggravated if you continue to focus on your goals, or more accurately, your inability to pursue them. To prevent yourself from being overwhelmed by these feelings, you will need to back away from your goals so you can see them in the broader context of your life. In doing so, you will be able to put your goals into perspective, which will better serve you in responding to the crisis at hand. You will come to see your goals as only one part of the landscape of your life, rather than the central part. This new perspective will make it easier to accept what is more immediately important, the crisis, and make peace with what isn't, your life goals. The result is that your investment in your life goals will temporarily decline to a manageable level that allows you to refocus your energies onto the more pressing matter of the crisis. Number 4. According to the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, roughly 63% of average household expenditure is spent for housing, transportation, and food. Each of these categories represent huge opportunities for reducing waste, stress, and the dark threat of bankruptcy. About 32% is spent for housing. That's the house, utilities, furniture, and supplies. The family could win back time, money, and vitality by living in a smaller, better-designed house with efficient appliances and good natural daylight, buying well-built furniture that doesn't need constant replacing, and having a different attitude about what a house is for. If they consider it a trophy or display unit, they'll spend hours a week decorating and redecorating it, and cleaning it or paying someone else to clean it. But if their house becomes more of a healthy verb than a passive noun, there may be a vegetable garden out back, a workshop in the garage, and an accessible place to store well-used bicycles and a scooter. The house will be comfortable, and so will its residents. Number 5. Poor management, lack of adequate conservation, pollution, and rapid local increases in demand create localized shortages of drinkable water worldwide. In developing nations, the problem is even worse. Only about half of the people have access to safe drinking water. In the Western world, we have come to believe that the waterborne intestinal diseases that killed so many in the past are a problem of the past. This is not the case, however. In developing nations, an estimated 10 million deaths each year result from waterborne intestinal diseases. Even in the United States, recent localized outbreaks of illness and death from Cryptosporidium and Escherichia coli contaminated water supplies have forced communities to recognize that we all are at risk at times. These problems are not limited to developing nations. Surface and underground water supplies in industrial nations are being polluted by industrial and municipal wastes and by surface runoff from urban and agricultural areas. Heavy demands for water by industry, agriculture, and local governments are rapidly depleting groundwater supplies. Number 6. Often when I talk to computer scientists, they suggest looking at the 5 highest results, the 5 lowest results, and the average values in the dataset. This is a good instinct, but it isn't always interesting from a journalistic perspective. Let's say that we pull a list of salaries for employees of a school district. The 5 highest paid employees are likely to be the superintendent and the highest ranking executives. The 5 lowest paid employees are likely to be non-unionized part-time employees. This isn't news. It might be surprising or mildly interesting to someone who hasn't seen a lot of salary scales, but that's different than being newsworthy. In journalism, we have an obligation to be both accurate and interesting to a mass audience. Computer scientists have the liberty to be interesting on a smaller scale to a highly trained audience, which is something that always makes me jealous. The threshold for interestingness is totally different in each field. Number 7. Dog play can be a form of competition and a form of cooperation. Dogs need to play to learn social rules, but it is more than a learning mechanism. Dogs are creative in play, and they express themselves and enjoy themselves. Furthermore, dogs in play communicate about communication. When the play gets rough and they accidentally hurt one another, they bend forward as a way of greeting and use other play behaviors to explain that they mean no harm, and it was just in fun. They also use play gestures when the preferred partner responds in a serious way to acts that were meant as play. Dogs also communicate about the future in play. They negotiate social hierarchies, can work out tensions and conflicts in a safe way, and form friendships. This meta-communication enables them to learn about their own strength and the strength of others in the group, allowing the strengthening or clarification of social bonds. Number 8. The top 4 languages by speakers in 2023. The above graph shows the top 4 languages in 2023 by the number of native and non-native speakers combined. Mandarin Chinese is the most widely spoken language regarding the number of native speakers, immediately followed by Spanish. The other 2 languages, English and Hindi, have fewer than 400 million native speakers each. Considering the total number of speakers, English ranks first with over 1.4 billion speakers. In terms of native speakers, Hindi is the least spoken among these 4 languages. But for total speakers, including native and non-native ones, Spanish has the fewest. Number 9. Percy Spencer was an American physicist and inventor. Born in Maine in 1894, he had limited formal education, leaving school after the 8th grade. He joined the U.S. Navy during World War II and served as a radio technician, where he developed a strong interest in electronics. After the war, he joined Raytheon, a company that manufactured magnetrons, vacuum tubes used to generate microwaves. While working on radar technology during World War II, Spencer noticed that a chocolate bar in his pocket had melted when he stood near a running magnetron. Intrigued, he experimented further, placing food items like popcorn and eggs near the magnetron and observing how they cooked rapidly from the inside out. This led Spencer to develop the first microwave oven, a modified radar unit called the Radar Range, in 1946, and its commercial units were large and expensive, so they were primarily used in restaurants and by the military. He earned a place in the National Inventors Hall of Fame in 1999. Number 10. Adult Co-ed Volleyball. The Northwest Family YMCA is excited to offer Adult Co-ed Volleyball. Join us for weekly games every Monday. Matches take place indoors, with each team consisting of 6 players and playing 3 sets each. An official from the YMCA volleyball program will oversee the games. Bring your own team, or sign up individually, and we will place you on a team. Every team must choose a team captain. Important dates. Season: March 31st through May 5th. Game times: 6, 7, or 8 p.m. How to register. Deadline: March 17th. In person: stop by the front desk. Online: visit northwestymca.org/adultvolleyball. Registration fee. Members, $40 per person. Non-members, $55 per person. Questions. Contact Sports Director Ashley Brazel at ashleymb@northwestymca.org. Number 11. EHS Cheerleading Tryouts. Get ready to showcase your spirit and skills. Join us for an exciting opportunity to become part of the school cheerleading team. Cheerleading tryouts are open to all Elkwood High School students. Information session: Tuesday, April 8th at 5 p.m. in the school cafeteria. This session is for students interested in cheerleading. We encourage students to attend with their parents. Tryout clinics in the school gym. April 21st to 23rd, from 4:30 to 6 p.m. Clinics will teach cheers, jumps, and a short dance. Candidates must attend at least 2 clinic days to qualify for tryouts. Tryouts, April 25th in the school gym, starting at 4 p.m. Please wear appropriate athletic clothing, t-shirt and shorts, and shoes. Hair must be tied back. Number 12. Our world is different from a squirrel's, and it is also different from the world that we cannot see at all, a world inhabited by atomic and subatomic particles. In this world, there is no solidity, and therefore no touching of objects. Even though it feels to us that we are continually touching solid objects, they are mostly space, the space between an atom's nucleus and the negatively charged electrons that orbit around it. Objects feel solid because of the electromagnetic repulsion that resists our hands when they approach. Negatively charged electrons in the atoms of approaching objects repel one another in the same way that 2 negatively charged ends of different magnets do. Even though what is happening at the atomic level is electromagnetic repulsion, our brains create a model that we call solidity, which is a useful concept that works in our version of reality Dawkins calls the middle world. In fact, electrons themselves are not things that can be seen with a powerful enough microscope. They are just theoretical concepts used to explain the behavior of subatomic parts. Number 13. Our representation of time is random. The phrase, Christmas is fast approaching, is strange. Approaching from where? Does it come from the south, the north, the west? Actually, Christmas isn't located anywhere. It is in time. This phrase, or the analogous one, we're getting close to the end of the year, reveals something of how our minds organize our thoughts. We do it in our bodies, which is why we talk of the head of government, of someone's right-hand man, the armpit of the world, and many other metaphors that reflect how we organize thought in a template defined by our own bodies. And because of that, when we think of others' actions, we do so by acting them out ourselves, speaking others' words in our own voice, and yawning someone else's yawn. You can do a simple experiment at home to test out this mechanism. During a conversation, cross your arms. It's very likely that the person you are speaking to will do the same. You can take it further with bolder gestures, like touching your head or scratching yourself or stretching. The probability that the other person will imitate you is high. Number 14. We seem to edit our memories of pain, which often differ from the pain we actually experienced. In experiments and after medical procedures, people overlook a pain's duration. Their memory snapshots instead record 2 factors. First, people tend to record pain's peak moment, which can lead them to recall variable pain, with peaks as worse. Second, they register how much pain they felt at the end. As Daniel Kahneman and his co-researchers discovered, when they asked people to dip one hand in painfully cold water for 60 seconds, and then the other hand in the same painfully cold water for 60 seconds, followed by a slightly less painful 30 seconds more. Which of these experiences would you expect to recall as most painful? Curiously, when asked which trial they would prefer to repeat, most prefer the longer trial, with more net pain, but less pain at the end. A physician used this principle with patients undergoing colon exams, lengthening the discomfort by a minute by lessening its intensity. Although the extended milder discomfort added to their net pain experience, patients who received this taper-down treatment later recalled the exam as less painful than did those whose pain ended suddenly. Number 15. A subtle difference in cultural tools of intellectual adaptation that can make a noticeable difference in children's cognitive task performance can be found in how a language names its numbers. Today, most cultures in the world use a system with the concept of zero, negative numbers, and the possibility to enumerate quantities from 1 to infinity. Some cultures, however, have a more limited way of expressing quantities. For example, only having number words for 1, 2, and many. And this influences their ability to perform basic arithmetic operations. For instance, adult speakers of 2 Amazonia languages, Piraha and Munduruku, have no number words for quantities larger than 5. As a result, they perform arithmetic tasks involving small quantities easily, but they perform poorly on tasks involving larger quantities. Piraha children who learn Portuguese, however, are able to perform arithmetic calculations with larger quantities, supporting the interpretation that the language's ability to represent numbers is responsible for the pattern of numerical thinking in these cultures. Number 16. Poetry is a domain in which the play between the abstract and the concrete is essential. Like mathematics, poetry is an ongoing dialogue between individual instances and generalizations, between the tangible and the abstract, the low and the high. Metaphor, for example, is such a game, from the individual to the general and back. The poet thinks of something specific, say his lover's eyes. In his excitement, he wishes to give this a more general dimension, and he thinks about the general characteristics of eyes, softness, or their shape. In the next step, he returns to something else that is worldly, which has similar qualities. Your eyes are doves. Note that the last shot in this game is in the direction of the tangible. This is a general feature of the poetical ping-pong. The heart of the poem is given to the concrete, and it is in this direction that the poem goes. This is the diametric opposite of the ping-pong of mathematics, in which the last shot is always toward the abstract. Number 17. It is a classic mistake to think that nature will make sure that the actual outcomes will quickly match the theoretical probability of those outcomes. We all know that flipping coins will give an equal chance of heads or tails. If we flip a coin a great many times, the proportion of tails will be close to 50%. Yet many of us make the mistake of believing that, when heads come up 3 times in a row, the probability that next time it will be tails is greater than the probability that it will be heads. However, the coin has no memory. It will fall either way with a probability of 50%. This bias is also found when professionals carry out repetitive tasks. Judges ruling on requests for asylum, loan offers in a bank granting credit, or baseball umpires calling strikes, all tend to make decisions that compensate for their recent decisions. In other words, a decision one way is more likely if the preceding decision went in the opposite direction. Number 18. The contemporary concept of a library is multifaceted, especially in terms of different structural scales and scopes. The most popular, especially in the Western world, are the national libraries, which retain their historical role as visible national cultural assets. They are housed in monumental buildings that become the symbolic landmark of their contents, the cultural memory of an entire nation. Their architectural form must be reminiscent of a stable, long-lasting structure that reinforces national identity and symbolizes a secure shield for collective historical cultural production. Like historical or modern palaces, national libraries were built as architectural references to show their role as identifiable repositories and to reflect the importance of their collections, improving the perceived knowledge of the nation. Number 19. Copying from others, whether accurately or not, is a time-honored method of acquiring alternatives. We do this when we adopt the fashions, slang, and party games of our neighbors. We do it across international borders when we adopt the foods, music, and religious rituals of other nations. After all, pizza and ice cream were appropriated from Italy, the music of the Star-Spangled Banner from an English drinking song, and the Christmas tree from Germany. When imitation arrives from external sources, we call it cultural diffusion. This was probably how the alphabet reached Greece, where it was transcribed in a new way. It was probably how agriculture spread from the Middle East into Northern Europe. Sometimes it is not clear whether an innovation was introduced by arrival of migrating individuals or the acceptance of new ideas. Thus, with respect to farming, was it brought north by relocating farmers, or did indigenous people embrace a successful mode of production observed in neighboring communities? We may never know, but the odds are that both modes of transmission played a role. Number 20. The fact that our expectations can so fundamentally alter the effectiveness of a drug provides a major challenge to the pharmaceutical industry. Drugs are rolled out onto the market once they have been tested and shown to be effective but not harmful. This means they have been demonstrated to be more effective than a control baseline condition, where people expected the benefits of a drug but receive a placebo instead. Yet, it is important to note that this placebo effect is equal across both conditions. Whether people are taking the actual drug or a fake drug, they are still experiencing the psychological effect of pill taking, and this makes them feel better independently of any actual pharmacological effects. This means that when we take an aspirin, we're not only getting the benefits of the medication, we are also getting the psychological benefit of the expectation that taking the pill will make our pain better. Shifting our expectation can almost totally undermine the effects of the medication, and our expectations can sometimes have a stronger effect than the drug itself. Number 21. The notion of personal, that is, psychological, development has some parallels with physical development, in that both occur through an age-dependent process of maturation. One difference, though, is that psychological development is more likely to continue throughout the lifespan, or through a greater portion of it. If you graphed physical development, it would look like an inverted U. Physical capacities mature up to some peak and then gradually decline. Psychological capacities can also decline due, for instance, to aging-related cortical thinning. But qualities such as spirituality and wisdom may build unto death, possibly making up for what is lost physically. Indeed, some studies suggest that overall well-being, incorporating all of the physical and psychological factors that make people feel well, tends to fall in middle age before rising again as people enter old age. It is a testament to the power and possibility of lifelong psychological development that subjective well-being may improve even as the body is diminished. Number 22. Odor molecules come in many shapes and sizes, so many in fact that it takes many different receptors to detect them. A large family of genes designs the 350 or so receptor proteins that recognize particular odor molecules. Richard Axel and Linda Buck discovered, in work for which they received a 2004 Nobel Prize, that these receptor proteins are located on the surface of nasal cavity neurons. As a key slips into a lock, so odor molecules slip into these receptors. Yet we don't seem to have a distinct receptor for each detectable odor. This suggests that some odors trigger a combination of receptors in patterns that are interpreted by the olfactory cortex. As the English alphabet's 26 letters can combine to form many words, so odor molecules bind to different receptor clusters, producing the 10,000 odors we can detect. It is the combinations of olfactory receptors, which activate different neuron patterns that allow us to distinguish between the smells of fresh brewed and hours-old coffee. Number 23. In one experiment, 156 housewives in Palo Alto, California, were called on the phone and asked to do something the researchers guessed that most people would rather not do. Allow a team of 6 men from a consumer group to come into their homes for 2 hours to list and classify all the household products you have. The women were told that the men would need full freedom to go through the house exploring cupboards and storage spaces. Few women, only 22%, complied. However, another group of women was contacted twice, once with a small request designed simply to get a foot in the door. They were asked to answer a series of 8 questions about household soaps, such as, what brand of soap do you use in your kitchen sink? It was such a minor favor that nearly everyone agreed. 3 days later, these women were contacted by the same consumer group, but now with the larger home visit request. Under these circumstances, 52% of the women agreed to allow the team of men to go through their cupboards and closets for 2 hours. According to the above experiment, housewives' reluctance to accept the request to permit an unwelcome home visit by a consumer group significantly decreased when the request was preceded by a minor one. Numbers 24 and 25. According to the Green Press Initiative, a nonprofit organization promoting environmental sustainability in the publishing industry, approximately 30 million trees are used each year to make paper for books and newspapers that are sold in the United States. The same industry consumes 153 gallons of water annually. As a Greenpeace campaign in 2006 revealed, illegal logging of ancient forests in Finland and Canada was often a result of our demand for paper, specifically our demand for books. Enter the e-reader and e-books, and we should have a way to read that doesn't leave a negative impact on the environment, right? It's complicated. Although e-readers do reduce deforestation and greenhouse gas emissions, there are various other factors, including supply chain considerations, such as mining, shipping, and manufacturing, as well as energy consumption, that actually prevent the e-reader from being the obvious best substitute for books. Digital books are also stored in data centers connected to the electricity network, which in the United States are usually powered by unsustainable energy sources. Enthusiastic readers that are likely to read over 60 to 70 books on their e-readers can rest assured that they are offsetting the environmental impacts of their e-readers. But if you're not planning on reading that much, look for books that are either printed on 100% post-consumer waste recycled or Forest Stewardship Council (FSC) certified paper, or for those that are produced by a publisher that signed the book industry treaties on environmentally responsible publishing. Better yet, renew your library card or start a book-sharing club with friends. Numbers 26 through 28. James Carter was the eldest of 5 children. His father was an army officer, and his mother was an English and art teacher. James attended 3 elementary schools in Germany and England, and 2 junior high schools in Texas and Georgia. He met a teacher in high school who was not only an effective teacher, but also a mentor and friend. This teacher exemplified many of the traits found in an effective teacher, but he excelled in the personal touch most of all. James began high school as not only an entering freshman, but as a new resident of the town. His first day was like any other first day. During lunch, James ran into his first problem of the day. He forgot his lunch money. He realized that as the checkout man asked for his money. When James told him that he forgot his money, he heard a voice behind him. James turned around, and there stood a teacher telling him he would pay for James's lunch. The teacher introduced himself as Pete Walker and said, "If you get a chance, you should take my history class." Mr. Walker befriended James on the very first day of school, at a very critical time of the day, lunch. His history class was not a cakewalk. He always told James he could do more than he ever thought. Mr. Walker pushed him to want to do better in all things. If James was interested in something, Mr. Walker found a way to expose him to it. 2 years later, during James's junior year in school, things were going smoothly when one day he got into a car accident. He spent 6 days in the hospital and was at home in bed for 2 weeks before returning to school. Mr. Walker stopped by the hospital each day with James's work from his teachers. Once James was at home, Mr. Walker would bring his work by and even helped him with his calculus. James didn't even know Mr. Walker knew calculus. After high school, James joined the Army to become a paratrooper. On the day James graduated from airborne school in Fort Benning, Georgia, his parents came and brought Mr. Walker. James's father ran into him at lunch several days before and told him that James was about to graduate. James knew his parents would be there, but Mr. Walker was an unexpected guest, but not a surprise. He was that kind of teacher.